You wouldn't, it's not the top of your list. I can only take it from that you could not rule out that being a potentially something that you would do.
If there were a crisis and you needed to take dramatic action that allowed that crisis to be drawn down, then of course you'd be prepared to consider all measures that would make a difference.
Yes, that's right. The First Minister of Wales, if there was a crisis, if there was a scare, something akin to the Yorkshire Ripper 40 years ago, or perhaps the Ipswich murderer who was on the run just a few years back, he would be prepared to bring into place a curfew for all men. Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, now telling us that men need to be educated better and that misogyny must become a crime. So I can feel another hate crime, speech crime, thought crime, perhaps coming down the track. And all of this is in danger of alienating men and saying that men as a group are dangerous. That's rather like saying teenagers are dangerous because they might be carrying a knife. They might stab you. Or saying Muslims are dangerous because they're all going to be jihadi terrorists. When it's not true in the case of teenagers, it's not true in the case of Muslims, and it certainly isn't true in the case of all men. Yes, there are some who behave terribly, but we need to get a sense of perspective on this before we start rushing to legislation and teaching kids at school that it's wrong to be male, because that, I fear, is where this debate is beginning to go. There are some bringing the voice of balance and reason to it. This is what Davina McCall had to say. And that's right, and that's sensible. We must not allow the tragic abduction and murder of this young woman to turn into something that would be to demonise men. We've just gone too far with all of this woke nonsense.
There's Nigel Farage with his commentary on this issue. And of course, the main point of this is that people have suddenly just realised, apparently in the UK, that we've lost the right to protest. And yet many of the same people, the same leftists who support BLM, who support Extinction Rebellion, for example, were the same people who vehemently, if you look at the polls, supported this lockdown and still vehemently support it to this day, even though at the very start of that legislatively, that was the excuse they used to ban protests. But now when they're actually enforcing it against protests that they endorse, only now is it a problem. An incredible double standard. We'll be right back. Summit.News. Final segment coming up. Don't go away.
We here at InfoWars.
Sold out for 3 months. Back in stock. Rainforce Plus. Rainforce Plus sold out for 3 months. Back in stock. Good, clean, strong mental clarity. It's not an energy pill. It is a clarity focus pill with the highest quality known ingredients that do it in a healthy, good way. It is amazing. So it doesn't have any of the bad come down. It is 50% off. Free shipping, and it will continue at 50% off. It's the new sale. 50% off plus free shipping. Rainforce Plus sold out for 3 months, back in stock. And also buy a bottle for your wife or your husband or your neighbor or your boss or others. And then, get them hooked on this high-quality product. And that's how we get more customers, more listeners, and that keeps us on air despite all of the vicious globalist attacks that I will not waste your time going through. But believe me, they are legion. Doesn't matter. We are having a great effect, so God bless you. InfoWarsStore.com or 888-253-3139.
This Creditors in Commerce classroom session, hereinafter session, is the private exchange of ideas and concepts between the providers and the recipients. The content is not meant as legal advice. The use or attempted use of any idea or procedure discussed in this session as applied to the recipient's own personal transactions, cases, or controversy, or applied to other cases, may or may not result in a favorable outcome or the same outcome as discussed in this session. Each transition or transaction, case, or controversy may be different as a result of unique actions or unique statements made by the parties therein, and each different act or statement in any transaction affects or may affect whether any procedure or idea discussed in this session is relevant to your transaction or that the outcome thereof will be depicted as in this session. The discussion of ideas or procedures in this session is not exhaustive of the subject being discussed. Many ideas and concepts that can affect the outcome of any legal or commercial procedure are not discussed in this session, and the fact that you may not be aware of these issues may have an adverse effect on the outcome of your procedure. It is the responsibility of each party to understand his own transactions and to apply the appropriate and complete concepts necessary for a procedural and substantive remedy thereto. This session may be redistributed privately by any recipient to another recipient requesting them, conditioned upon the fact that this notice is provided therewith. If you have any questions, you may contact Brandon by email at harmony@creditorsincommerce.com or by telephone at 702-866-9077.
So I'm going to turn it over to Brandon here. So if you'd like to please join me, give a very nice warm welcome to Brandon.
Alrighty. Thank you for coming. My name is Brandon Alexander Adams. Everyone on the phone can hear me? Yes? Okay.
They're muting.
Okay. Wanted to, this particular class we're going to do today is an introduction, laying a foundation for the inner workings of commerce. For those of you who are unfamiliar, the entire global system of government and economics all operate in the system of commerce. Today we won't actually go over any specific procedures. Today is basically just foundational so that you get an idea of how things are working. Once you have an idea of how things are working, we'll actually move forward with actual procedures that we use as creditors. We will distinguish between operating as a debtor and operating as a creditor. However, I'm sure none of you need any education on operating as debtors, seeing as you're educated by the public school systems to be debtors from the time you're very young. So we won't be touching too much on debtors other than to make the distinction between how a creditor and a debtor differ in their actions within commerce. So to start off, maybe I'll go through what I call law forms and jurisdictions to give you an idea of what those are. Okay. Law forms, we can look at it like a pyramid. Each successive law form falls within the law form before it. And at the top of the pyramid, we have natural law. Natural law is that law form that makes it possible for you to be here. Your existence, creation itself, the physics of the universe, all come under natural law. Okay? Underneath natural law, the next law form would be commercial law. Commercial law is any interactions between sovereign beings. When I say sovereign, all I mean is someone who has control over their property. Not someone who is in possession of property, not someone who is an owner, but someone who actually controls. Okay? Two sovereign entities have complete freedom to contract with each other in any way that they see fit. There are no oversight of their contract. If two individuals outside of any jurisdictions decide to contract between each other, that would be in the area of commercial law. The next level down I would call common law. Common law is a society or a group's agreement on how to interact with each other. For instance, you have the United States. And the United States is a society. And within the society, we have decided that there are certain guidelines under which we will conduct business with each other, and we are in agreement under those guidelines. So that's what I would call the common law. Now, within the common law, I don't mean it in the sense, if you've heard of law forms such as admiralty and commerce and statutes, I'm not talking about it in that sense. When I say common law, I'm just meaning, in general, a group of people have decided to be under these guidelines. Okay? The next level would be what I call statutes. Now, statutory law is, for example, the U.S. has 52 titles of statutes in the U.S. Code. For instance, I'm sure you've all heard of the tax code. And the tax code is Title 26 of the U.S. Code. That falls into the arena or the law form of statutory law. Underneath statutory law, is it 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. We have the final law form, or the lowest on the pyramid, and I would call that political law. Political law, for instance, I know this may be a bad example, but if I play in a soccer league, I am under the laws of that soccer league in what I do. There are no statutes in the U.S. Code that say this is how you play soccer. Okay, so soccer has its own group of laws, and that would be underneath all of these, because the field I'm playing on may be in a public area where statutory law prevails, so I can't shoot someone on the soccer field, even though the laws of soccer don't exclude me from shooting someone. The statutory law governing the law that the soccer field is in does prevent me from shooting them. But the political law of soccer says I can't hit someone, I can't push them over for no reason. So that gives you that's the basic law forms that we will be discussing today. Most of us operate in statutory law. If you operate as a U.S. citizen or as a U.S. corporation or as an officer of a U.S. corporation, you're operating within statutory law. Now, the advantages of understanding how to be a creditor in commerce is that you will learn how to operate in the highest law form, which is commercial law. And you will learn to do that through being as a creditor, you will learn to control property. Okay? Does anyone remember the quote by Rockefeller back in the early, I believe it was the 1800s, early 1900s? It was early 1900s and the antitrust things were going on. He said something to the effect of, and I'm paraphrasing, own nothing, control everything. Has anybody ever heard that quote? Okay. Do you own your car?
No, I do.
Well, let's say your car's paid for. Do you own the car?
No. No.
You do own the car. Okay? You do not control the car. Can the state take the car away from you? Yes, because they control it. Okay? Now, there are two different types of title. There is equitable title and there is legal title. Okay? Equitable title is owner, operator, debtor's title. Okay? When we say you own your car, that's what we mean. You have equitable title, meaning you can sell it and you can make money from selling it, but you do not have control over the vehicle because you did not issue the title for the vehicle. The state issued the title and they gave you a certificate of title. Okay? that means they're holding the legal title. The legal title to the car was actually the MSO that came from the dealership when you purchased the car. The MSO got sent to DMV or the state to hold. They are holding the legal title.
What it stands for, MSO?
MSO, Manufacturer's Statement of Origin. Yeah. So that's the actual title on the vehicle, okay?
Do they ever disclose that when they sell you the car and you just don't know where?
No. Actually, you do sign something that gives them a power of attorney to send it to the state, okay? Your documents that you sign in closing on the vehicle, you basically give them power of attorney to take the MSO and give it to the state on your behalf. Now, if you were purchasing the car and you told them, I'm taking this to a foreign jurisdiction, I am not keeping it here in the state, they'll give you the MSO if you ask for it. Okay? But again, that's a procedure, and we need to talk about being a creditor. I wouldn't suggest to anybody in here that you go and take legal title of your vehicle, because being a creditor involves a lot of responsibility. Okay? The person with legal title takes responsibility for the property. Okay? So next we'll talk about, we did law forms. Maybe I'll do jurisdiction.
There was equitable title.
Equitable title and legal title. Okay, you'll hear me a lot of when we're speaking. I'm going to give you some foundational stuff so that when I say it, you'll know what I'm talking about, because I'll use a lot of terminology. If you have any questions about the terminology I'm using, ask, and I'll clarify for you what it means. We'll have an official question and answer session as we roll up towards the end, and then we'll pass the mic around for questions. Otherwise, I'll repeat the questions best I can into the mic. Okay, you'll hear me talk about jurisdiction A and jurisdiction B. Okay? Now, these are not official titles of actual jurisdictions. So, what I'm talking about when I'm discussing jurisdiction A and jurisdiction B, jurisdiction A, I will also refer to as private. Jurisdiction B, I will refer to as public. Okay? I will also refer to jurisdiction B as a democracy. And I will refer to jurisdiction A as a republic. Let's see, how else do I break down jurisdictions? That's good for now. So, how many of you are familiar or know the difference between a republic and a democracy? Okay, a couple people. When the United States was established in 1776, not 1789, with the Declaration of Independence, we established, through the Articles of Confederation, a republic. A republic is sovereign. It controls its property. Okay? In 1782, with the end of the Revolutionary War, the national government went to the people, or the states, I should say, and asked the states to foot the bill for the debt that had been incurred by the national government. With the creation of the national government in 1776, or the signing of the Articles of Confederation, the national government took on the debt of the Revolutionary War on behalf of the states. Okay? The states in 1782 basically said they would not pay the debt. Okay? So the national government was forced to form a constitution. Okay? Does anyone know what a constitution is? Okay. Does anyone know the definition of a constitutor? One who creates a constitution. Definition of a constitutor is basically one who passes his debts to a third party. Okay? If you read the Constitution, pay very close attention to the preamble in Article 6, you'll notice that they capitalize a lot of words that really, by the proper use of English, shouldn't be capitalized. Right there in the preamble, it says something about securing the
blessings of liberty.
Securing the blessings of liberty, and it's capital B, capital L. Okay. The Constitution itself is a security. Because the states wouldn't pay the debt, they had to create a security with sureties to basically back the debt, so that the national government could do business with other national governments. Basically, if you don't pay your debts and don't have a surety for your debts, no one's going to do business with you. Like when little Timmy, 16-year-old Timmy wants to go buy a car, is the dealership going to give Timmy, approve his credit to be on that vehicle by himself? No, he needs a surety, a cosigner. Okay? So the states signed on the Constitution as sureties, saying, yes, we will back the debt of the United States. Okay? So in 1789, with the signing and the completion of the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, you had a security instrument for which the debt of the United States was now attached to. Okay? That debt, we basically went into what's known as an international bankruptcy at that point. Since we didn't pay the debt, the national government went to the UK, the King of England, and said, will you buy this debt? The King of England said, sure, we'll back your debt, we'll pay your creditors. And in exchange, they took legal title over the national government's property. Okay, so since 1789, basically, in 1789, the national government lost its sovereignty. So we were a republic for 7 years, 1782 to 1789. Yeah.
But does that only count for Washington, D.C. and federally owned territories as opposed to the sovereign states?
At the time it did. We'll get into the sovereign states' dishonor and bankruptcy.
That's why it's District of Columbia.
Yep.
Columbia is the king of the ocean, et cetera, all the songs that come out of England. So that's
yep.
my question. So the territory of the federal national government, which is Washington, D.C., post office, military bases, things like that?
Yes.
Okay, right.
Okay. So the term for an international bankruptcy is 70 years. Okay. So 70 years after 1789, we get into the year 1859. Does anyone know what happened in 1859?
Civil War.
Civil War. Okay. The reason for the Civil War, the real reason. Okay. Slavery was already on its way out. For those of you who know and know international treaty and what was going on around the world at the time, it had already been outlawed internationally. So basically, America was in the process of following suit. But it was, at the end of the bankruptcy, the debt is due. Okay? And the states signed on as sureties on the Constitution saying they would pay the debt. Okay? So King of England, through his bankers and Rothschild's Bank of France, basically said, okay, debt's due. You states said you'd be surety. We want our money. And the southern states, or the northern states, went to the southern states and said, basically, you guys have all the money. You have all the gold. You have all the cotton. You have all the resources. You have all the wealth. The material wealth of our nation was pretty much wrapped up in the South. And the South said, yeah, no, we're not going to pay the debt. We're going to start our own country. And because of their dishonor with the international bankers, it was now up to the North it was the will of the creditors to get the debt paid or to take sureties for the debt. So, basically, we fight a war, end of the war. What gets resolved is now the states have lost their sovereignty because the states refusing to pay their debt to the creditors started another 70-year process, another bankruptcy. Okay, we didn't pay our old bankruptcy, so now we're going into another bankruptcy, except this time they're going to take away something else. The first bankruptcy, they took away the nation's sovereignty. They took that away because of how? Because the national government no longer could control its property. Whoever holds legal title controls the property. Okay, but now the states were in dishonor. So the international creditors were now taking control of the state's property. Okay? So the states no longer have their sovereignty because they don't control their property. That's the only thing that distinguishes a sovereign from someone who is not a sovereign. If you're a debtor, you're not sovereign. Creditor controls. Okay?
Sorry. Did you skip over 1812 and 1811 on purpose?
I can talk about 1812, but it wasn't. Right now I'm doing the bankruptcy cycles. We'll talk about that. That's a good one too because of the War of 1812.
No, it was just the way it was explained to me, how you explained it was that was kind of the foundation of the next thing that was going to happen.
Well, the War of 1812 was, okay, remember we had the Constitution in 1789.
Right.
And in 1791, Alexander Hamilton created the Bank of the United States. Bank of the United States is where the securities were being held. So basically the international creditors wanting a guarantee of payment said, okay, you hold your securities in this Bank of the United States, and we're all good. Okay? The Bank of the United States had a 20-year charter. So fast forward 20 years, 1811, and Congress decided, no, we're not going to renew the Bank of the United States. We're going to get rid of it. It wasn't a real popular thing anyways. Again, pissed off the creditors. Creditors basically, at that point, said, no, you don't. And they sent their troops in. So we had British troops on American soil, and they burned the White House and took possession of all the federal courts. Now, why would they take possession of the federal courts? That's where the titles are. They're taking control of the titles. Okay? As long as they control the property, that's all they care about. So after they burned the White House and took control of the property, we decided we'd renew the Bank of the United States, and they left. Okay, so 1859, second bankruptcy, states lose their sovereignty. Fast forward 70 years, 1929. What happened in 1929? Stock market crashed. Okay, what happened in 1929? The debt became due. Actually, let's go back 20 years before that because they were already in preparation. Has anyone ever heard of the Federal Reserve Amendment and the Income Tax Amendment and Jekyll Island? Okay. In Jekyll Island, the international bankers, along with the Secretary of Treasury, got together in 1909 and said, okay, how are we going to handle this? In 20 years, this debt is due, and we don't have the money to pay it. So, what are we going to do? And they came up with the Federal Reserve System. Okay? And the Federal Reserve System and the tax collectors. Does anyone know like the stories of, let me think, actually, let's go back to the Bible. In the Bible, who were the tax collectors for Rome? Were they the Romans? Or were they the people of the territory that they had taken control of? The people of the territories, right. Now, so the tax collectors, even though they're working for a foreign power, they are your people. You don't send in foreign tax collectors, okay? So the IRS, even though it's made up of U.S. citizens, is working for a foreign power, okay? What do taxes go to? What does your income tax pay?
Interest on the debt. Interest on the debt.
Does it pay for the operations of government? No, it does not pay for the operations of government. It's going to the creditors. Creditors get the tax. Okay? So 1929 rolls around and bankruptcy's due. and we don't pay. We go into another dishonor. This time,
how much money are we talking about? I mean, like I said, look, your monthly payment is $755 billion worth.
The first, I believe the first bankruptcy, 1789, it was around 13 million. Back then, which probably was a lot more than 13 million now. The creditors got their payment. The creditors for the Revolutionary War got paid by the Rothschild Bank of France, okay, Bank of Paris. So Rothschild paid the creditors, but now Rothschild had a security interest in the national government, okay? So that's basically what went down then. I don't know the amount and what it was up to the Civil War.
It's the buy-in to the Federal Reserve System was $500 million at that time.
Okay, so that's in 1913.
Because the discussion has been now, which has been brought up by Ron Paul, when the bankruptcy occurred the last time, there were people seriously on the inside saying we could buy out of the Federal Reserve System for the same $500 million. And there's a serious discussion going on behind the scenes as to whether or not that would happen. If that was to happen, every international bank would collapse and cause world chaos.
Yeah, and we don't want that.
So people behind the scenes said, we're not going to do it right now, but there's serious talk about them maybe doing it. So.
Yeah, you won't see the Federal Reserve System go anywhere unless it changes its name. That's all that'll happen. It's not going anywhere. It's the only way the creditors have a security is through the Federal Reserve. Okay, so 1929, they had already taken the state's sovereignty. They had already taken the national government's sovereignty. Whose sovereignty did they take in 1929? The people. And how was that demonstrated? Well, Social Security came around in 1933. Confiscation of all the gold and silver and all legal title. Up until 1933, you could hold legal title on your property. It was called alloidial title. If you used gold to purchase your property, the property was yours. You had control over the property. But now, because the people are in dishonor and the people are bankrupt, they no longer control their property.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to announce that we're offering trustee training and notary classes for all interested parties, Monday through Friday. For more details, please feel free to reach out to us at 904-490-0297. Again, that number is 904-490-0297. We can be reached from the times of 9 to 5 on Monday through Friday, and you can also reach us 12 to 4 on Saturdays. If you can't reach us there on the line, please feel free to drop us an email at B as in boy, I as in Isaac, D as in David, I as in indigo, I as in indigo, L as in Larry, B as in boy, E as in Edward, Y as in yarn at gmail.com. Again, that email is BIDZIILBEY at gmail.com. And remember, if you're interested in getting your affairs in order, you need to start by getting on right. Peace and love.
Let's look at the final destination of this spell. Tree roots are binding, holding in the illness. Beyond that, this is a practice known as transference, where you are moving an ailment from a person to another object. The alternative...
It has nothing to do with racism or schism or, the white man. No. This is business. It ain't personal. It's business. There was an agreement that has been going along since the 1930s. Now, I'm pretty sure I may have some people that's listening that might be, they might was born in the 1930s. If you are, I'd love to hear from you. But I know I was born in 73. So I was made party to an agreement that I wasn't even around for to even say yay or nay. So I'm really a minor in that whole contract. I'm a minor, so I'm in a contract. But I really, it ain't really a lawful contract because I'm not of age. I'm not conscious. It was done before I was born. I'll back up, and I'm kind of mixing terms, but I'm trying to spark your thinking. The repo man wants what's due to them. And if you're holding that card that don't belong to you, you're holding what they want. Now, I want you to think about this as I ask this next question. That being the case, give me an example of how you think they're going to collect on this debt that's owed. Go ahead, V. I'm going to go down the line because I want to hear this. How do you think they're going to collect on this debt?
Oh, my God.
Somebody's ass is gonna have to be cashed. Yes. So I want you to think about. Remember now, I want you to think about the card don't belong to you, so that means everything you use that card for don't belong to you either. Think about all the things that are attached to the funky little card, like your bank account that you think is your bank account. Doesn't your state benefits link to this card too? You know, if you're getting like food stamps, you know, DFACS, family, you know, isn't that attached to the social? You can respond, V. You can respond.
It's all attached.
It's all attached. So everything that you can think of that you hold in a monetary component, 9 times out of 10 is attached to that card that don't belong to you. It's not doom and gloom. We just got to deal with the facts. I'm ask a couple more folks. I want to see I want you to think about how you think they're gonna get what's owed to them. Caller, last 4 digits of your number is 5116. 5116. How do you think they're gonna collect the debt that's owed to them?
They're gonna repossess, or they're gonna take control, or they're gonna just collect everything that's under that Social Security number, as you stated earlier, or they're going to refinance everything. So, what the national debt was, you know,
okay,
all right, any future, you know, documents under that, you know, will come under a different heading, or they're going to rewrite the script.
Okay. Good response. I want all my trustees thinking. That's a great response. Let me go down the line because I want to see who's paying attention now. Caller, last 4 digits of your number is 7599. 7599. Give me an example in your own words of how you think they're going to collect this debt that's owed.
Like forced labor.
Ooh, forced labor. Right, that's a good one. Hadn't they proved to us at the beginning? Hadn't they proved to us at the beginning of the year that you will work for free?
Yep.
800,000 federal employees were worked for no pay. They didn't do it for a week. They didn't do it for 2 weeks. They did it, and some of them are still doing it. They're still doing it. So they're showing you through the position of these trustees what they're going to do. They just have to make sure that you have been put on notice. Good response, brother. Good response. Now we come to how this thing unfolds and how we get on top of it. May 14th, which is the day after tomorrow, you will no longer be allowed to get a tax ID number. All right, let's back up. Right now, up until the 14th, you can get a tax ID number without using the social. But after the 14th, it's a wrap. Unless you're in a trust of some sort and you understand what we've been going over for the last 6 to 9, almost 30 some odd months.
Started.
So I'm going to put it in perspective. If you're in this call or in this training and you got family members that's got Social Security cards like you, but you have taken the initiative to get your trust together, then through your trust, you can save the rest of your family. And I'm going to show you how. The trust is a public trust, which means the private puts together these things for the public welfare. It's a welfare program. Social Security, DFACS, all this is for the general welfare of the public. They even tell you with Social Security, it's a supplementary income, which means you're supposed to have something else in place. Why? Because they told all the Social Security recipients 6 months ago that your benefits are going to change. That's a notice now. Whether you paid attention to it or not, whether you went to the Social Security Administration website or not, whether you read legislation or not, all they have to do is publicly place that they're making a change to that trust to the beneficiaries. And, you know, at that point, it's on you. I'm letting you know that you got the notice 6 months ago. I'm letting you know that you actually got the warning. We're going into the 5th month. We're expeditiously moving through the 5th month of this year into the 6th month. So half of the year, quote unquote, is gone. And 3 months before this year came in, they had already told you all this stuff is about to change. How many of you guys remember? How many of you guys know what HR 5404 is? Let me go down the line. I'm gonna pick on the new person. 8684. Have you heard of House Resolution 5404?
I haven't.
You haven't. If you got access to Google,
yes,
I want you to put in Google, because it's public information. Type in H as in Harry, R as in Ralph, and then the number 5404. And that way you can read what they remember. Every law starts as a bill, then it becomes legislation. And once it becomes legislation, it is the law. So HR 54 it was stated in early March or April, I think, that they were moving legislation to position our economy to go back to a gold standard, because our currency presently isn't backed by silver nor gold, which under the Constitution is the only thing that's considered constitutional money. Federal Reserve notes, we just described and we just went over it. There's nothing federal about the Federal Reserve. They ain't federal and they ain't got no damn reserves. People think it's government. It's a private banking cartel. It's a private trust. And that private trust is saying as trustees of this system that we have to move back. We got to move to a gold standard. Now, what does that do to your savings accounts? What does that do to your bank accounts? I want you to keep listening and just research that, as you know, make a mental note, write it down so you can go back and research it as we go forward.
A second, I'm trying to get everything kind of queued up. Okay, so I should be coming in loud and clear to everybody. Okay, let's see. I'll make sure. Am I coming in loud and clear? Am I coming in loud and clear? Am I coming in loud and clear? Let's see. I'm gonna get everybody on. Give me a second. I'm trying to make sure that we're coming in loud and clear. Coming in loud and clear. Testing. Hopefully everybody can hear me. There we go. Hopefully I'm coming in loud and clear. Yeah, everybody should be having levels. All right, if you got levels now, you should be able to not only hear me, but you should be able to see my screen. And if you can see my screen, That's great. That means we're on point. And now let's go to the task that's at hand. Okay, so I want to go to, here we go, right here. All right. Matter of fact, let me unmute the line to see if everybody can see my screen before I go forward, so we're on point.
All participants are unmuted.
Can everybody see my screen? I unmuted the line, so I just need somebody to, okay, all right, so you guys see the screen where I have, where it says the financial system. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, good deal, good deal. All right, we're making some progress. Oh, I'm going to get it together.
All participants are muted.
All right, here we go. Now, for those of you that actually have not done this assignment, just follow along because this is going to help you out tremendously with this tax class and also the accounting and CECL implementation. Starts out by saying the financial system is part of your daily life. You buy things with debits and credit cards as you visit the ATM machines to get cash. You may have borrowed money from your bank to buy a car, to pay for college. You see the headlines about the ups and downs of the stock market, and you and your family may own shares of stock. If you travel abroad, you depend on currency markets to change your dollars into local money at your destinations. The financial system is also an important part of the overall economy. When the system works well, it channels funds from people who have saved money to people and firms and governments with investment projects that make the economy more productive. For example, companies obtaining loans from banks to build factories, to provide new jobs for workers and produce new goods for consumers. By increasing an economy's productivity, the financial system helps the economy to grow and the living standards of its citizens to rise. At times, however, the financial system malfunctions, damaging the economy. In the United States, the most traumatic example is the Great Depression. See, in 1929, the stock market fell by more than 25% in 1 week, wiping out many fortunes. After the stock market crashed, people lost confidence in the financial system. Let me ask you a question. You guys have probably all heard about the stock market and the Great Depression. Let's compare that to today. What are some of the similarities between the Great Depression in 1929 and what's happening today in this global reset? What are some of the similarities?
All participants are unmuted.
I don't need everybody to answer at once, but I would love to see if someone can give me some comparisons between the Great Depression of 1929 and what's going on today with this global reset. Your lines have been unmuted, so you can speak freely.
So some of the similarity, to me, the main similarity that sticks out, I wasn't around during that Great Depression in the 1930s.
Right.
But what I understand, that was when they were initially taking the gold standard out of circulation.
Mm-hmm.
And the similar part is when they did that, it basically depleted all link of commerce, if you will. So you had food lines and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, now on the opposite side, I guess it's more like not a opposition as opposed to a similarity, but they're supposed to be putting the gold standard back in, which is interesting to me because you still have the same effect. The only difference is they're perpetuating the dollar to make it seem like it's still valuable when it's not. But you still have a lack of spending, and basically the system is completely shut down. Those are similarities to me.
Right. Who else would like to give a stab at some of the similarities between the Great Depression in 1929 and today, 2021, under this global reset? What are some similarities? And everybody's line has been unmuted, so you can speak freely. And for all you guys who may not be able to see our screen that we're going over, I did assign this a homework back on March 10th. I'm asking you to give some thought to the similarities, because this is going to help you in not only this exercise, but with doing your overall ledgering, accounting, understanding taxes, and so forth. Before I move forward, does anyone else want to maybe take a stab at articulating some similarities between the Great Depression of 1929 and the global reset of 2021? Okay. Since we don't have any takers, I will further elaborate. So let me do this. Get everybody's line muted. And we'll move forward.
All participants are muted.
Okay. One of the similarities that stick out to me is the fact that both the Great Depression and the global reset actually damaged the people's confidence in the financial system. See, after the stock market crash of 1929 and people lost their fortunes, this caused them to lose confidence in the financial system. Similar in the Great Depression, because they had become dependent upon the fiat currency, the loss of that accessibility of the fiat currency, in my opinion, also is creating a lot of lost confidence in the financial system. That is one of the main similarities that I see, is that whether it was a gold standard being taken away or a gold standard being introduced, people lost confidence in the financial system. Why do you think they lost confidence in the financial system, whether they had gold or didn't have gold? While you're thinking about that, listen to this. See, people, they rush to their banks to withdraw money, and the banks ran out of cash. Okay, so in the Great Depression, they ran out of cash. Well, didn't that actually happen during the global reset? Didn't shortly after we got forced to wear the face diapers on our faces and socially distance and all of that other stuff, we were told that we were out of coins, and that you need to make sure that your purchases were done with either a bank card, because they was not going to be making change because they didn't have any coins. So the equivalent of running out of cash in a cashless society, the Great Depression said that they ran out of cash because people wanted to withdraw their money. They was exchanging their money at the banks, and so they took gold and silver out, which caused the cash to run out. So we're going to kind of make it real similar. Well, what's the difference between the cash running out when they had gold, because again, they took my gold and your gold away from us. So they had the gold. Why there's a shortage of cash? Well, watch this. The cash that you got is a shortage on it. They can't make change. You're going to have to use a digital currency. Are you starting to see a pattern here? Watch this. Nearly half of all United States banks were forced out of business in the early 1930s. How many banks were brought up on indictments during the initial COVID crisis? See, these events triggered an economic disaster. The nation's output fell below 30%
from 1929 to 1933. Where is our nation's output today? It says the unemployment rate rose to 25%. Where is our unemployment rate since COVID? See, millions of Americans were impoverished. Let me explain this to you. If you was broke during the pre-COVID pandemic, you have to make 2.5 times that amount of revenue just to keep the same standard. So is it safe to say that in 2021, millions of Americans are impoverished? See, in 2007, the United States was struck by its worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. This time, the crisis began with the fall in the house prices, which produced a rash of defaults on home mortgage loans. See, over the next 2 years, the effects spread through the financial system. The United States stock prices fell drastically, and many large banks, you know those banks that said they were too big to fail, they failed and came close to failing. Or they came close to failing because they were saying they was too big to fail. See, financial turmoil produced a sharp contradiction. You know, contradiction. Yeah, y'all do know what a sharp contradiction in the economy is. We're doing great. You know, the economy is doing good. The stock market is kicking ass and taking names. It's like, how can the stock market kick ass and take names when everybody's been forced to wear face diapers and not go to work? Isn't that a sharp contradiction? I mean, I could be missing something, but again, I'm gonna check the channel just to make sure that maybe I'm not crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know, but I'm just gonna check just to make sure that I'm not crazy.
All participants are unmuted.
Wouldn't you suggest that this is a sharp contradiction in what the populace is putting out? And I muted everybody's line, so I just want to make sure. What am I missing? Aren't we in a financial turmoil? Aren't there sharp contradiction in what they're saying the economy is and what the people's economy is? Isn't there a contradiction? And students, you can speak freely. Would you agree that there's a sharp contradiction? Okay. I think they're going to let you do. Okay. All right. Well, that makes more sense to me. You know, my grandmother told me a long time ago, when you tell a lie, you got to keep telling one. So, in order to, hold on for a second. Somebody's saying they can't get in the Bittrex. Lord Jesus. Let's see. Oh my goodness gracious. Alright, here's what we gotta do. You're gonna have to send me another email. Send me another email to log you back in. Yeah, you know, a contradiction in a lie. You say it's more like a lie, right? You know, it amazes me that everybody, you know, it amazes me that if I had a restaurant that was a mom and pop restaurant, they would say that I was not essential. But if I was Murder King and I sold Timmy burgers at Mickey D's, and I could be essential, you know, Murder King and McDonald's kept, you know, they made money. Just saying. I'm amazed. I'm just, you know, you talk about contradiction. How can their businesses be essential and mine is not? I'm just saying. possibly. Evidently, that has to be something. I mean, I'm trying to read in between the lines. I'm trying to say that maybe they, maybe mine is in the mail. Maybe they didn't overlook me. It's in the mail. But we're in round 2 of COVID. Round 1. We're in Act 2 now. Okay, we done went through the whole COVID, face diapered up, the whole 9 yards, and all right, what have we learned, family? What we've learned is that we rattle very easily, and the media is very powerful, and we have a very short memory. It's like, name 10 companies that have gone bankrupt. Now, notice when I say they've gone bankrupt, you can probably find 10 companies, especially for those that are in the accelerated class. You've been getting your subscription with the Wall Street and the IBD. You can probably pick 10 companies that have actually filed a bankruptcy, but then look at their stock prices. Now, what's wrong with that picture? How is it that in the people's economy you're rewarded for doing a good job, and in the other sectors, you're rewarded for doing a horrible job? Where else but in America where you can bankrupt a company and still get a promotion and get a raise? Where name another place beside America you can do that. You run the company slap in the ground. You make no profit, and you get rewarded. But the individuals who work for the company, they're out. I'm just saying. I want everybody to take a real hard look, because when you got to have this mind state when you're doing your accounting. Like, you should actually, and I'm going to take a page out of my mentor's book. Every day you should wake up with a thought about your present financial situation, the economy at large, and the taxes that implies both ways. That should be your thought. So that way when you look back through your ledger, you know what you was thinking, what you was feeling, what was actually going on. Because we have a very short memory. Now, it was a long time ago, but it wasn't that long ago that I used to work out in the public, and I had a job, and I was working 2 or 3 of those things, and I had to keep food on the table, and I remember how these folks would have the audacity to tell me that if my daughter was having some sort of drill, she was on the dance team, so if I wanted to participate in her event, I would have to raise my hand and beg and grovel for permission to go watch my daughter perform. And if they didn't like what I was talking, I couldn't go. Now, she understood. Now, as a child, she understood that, you got to do what you got to do to keep food on the table. But it's that sense of contradiction to your child, because it was like, my grandbaby tell me all the time, I'm not the boss of her. So she don't understand how. What do you mean, Poppy? That she don't. You send mixed messages. So I remember how I felt. When I took all that overtime. I remember all the sacrifices I made for that overtime. And when I finally got that check, I had just enough to give to the next man. And I remember saying, something is wrong with this. I don't think life is supposed to go like this. I shouldn't feel this is a contradiction. A huge contradiction. How is it that your state can spend more money than they receive? So as we evaluate these things, this is why the accounting, the taxes, and all things considered and have been said are important. Now, what's interesting about this particular chapter is that they point out the fact that, and I'm going to repeat their words verbatim, this time the crisis began with the fall in the housing prices, which produced a rash of defaults in home loans. Over the next 2 years, the effect spread through the financial system. United States stock prices fell drastically, and many large banks failed or came close to failing. Financial turmoil produced sharp contradictions in the economy as consumption and investments plummeted and unemployment rate doubled between 2007 and 2010. Now, I'm not a rocket scientist, but not saying my memory is the best in the world, but I do have a tendency to remember someone saying, was it now when the housing market was crashing, who was actually our Secretary of State? Who was the one that was running the Treasury at the time? Who was running the Treasury during 2007? Anybody have a clue on who was running the Treasury? (2007) Who was actually the head honcho in charge running what we call the United States Treasury, Department of Treasury? Any idea? Somebody do a quick Google and look up in 2007 who was the head of the Department of Treasury. And while you're looking that up, pay attention, because this is where they get real slick. This book also discusses money. Money is another part of your daily life. You may have dollar bills in your pocket right now, like the financial system. Money is critical to an economic's health. A sharp fall in the United States money supply prolonged the 1930s depression. Throughout the book, we discuss the effects of the money supply and how economic policymakers determine this variable. This is where I say, this is where it gets slick at. This is a college manual that they teach, economics. And this is where you got to pay attention to. If you have Federal Reserve notes in your bank account, are you, in fact, part of the money supply? In that regard. Like if you have, and when I say you, I want you to listen to the words that I'm saying. If you have Federal Reserve notes inside of your savings account or checking account, are you, since you want to say you own your account, are you in part or partial part of the money supply chain? Okay, so we have somebody that said yes. Okay. Do we have anyone else that will say otherwise? Do we all agree that if you got Federal Reserve notes in your bank account, you're part of the money supply? We all agree that if we got Federal Reserve notes, we're part of the money supply? No. Okay, so we got somebody else said no. Okay, all right. Now, I'm asking you to defend your positions now. So, for everyone that agrees that we are, if we got Federal Reserve notes in our checking and savings account, part of the money supply, I ask you now, and they may let me do this, I might have to just switch screens, or hopefully it'll follow me. Hopefully you guys can, okay, you can see my screen still good. All right. Can you still see my screen, or it done did something funky with you? Okay, yeah, y'all see right, y'all see that screen. Okay, yeah, let me don't take a while. All right, here we go. Now, let's do this. Let's talk about the money supply. And this is for all the individuals that have Federal Reserve notes in their checking and savings account that believe that they are part of the money supply. I'm not saying that Google is the Bible. It's just that more people look at Google than they look at the Bible. So I just have to kind of, come to grips with the fact that old habits die young. And so since this is what everybody kind of quote unquote believe in, then I have to kind of go with that fact. Okay, money supply. All right, now let's go to your screen again and see if this thing is going to let me do what I want to do here. Screen share. All right, we don't want that one. I want to do, let's go, bring me back to, come on. All right, share the screen. I'll share. And I want to go to this, and I don't want to do the sound anymore. We're going to keep it going. So, I'm going to see what they say about the supply. Money supply, money supply. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. Come on, quit doing that. Now, we're going to go to Investopedia. Wikipedia. All right, what is the money supply? The money supply is all the currency and other liquid assets in a country's economy on the date measured. The money supply roughly includes both cash and deposits that can be used almost as easy as cash. Wait a minute, Bazell. All right. It says what is the money supply? It says the money supply is all the currency and other liquid instruments. Isn't cash? Isn't cash money? All right, maybe I'm overlooking. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. This was updated a few days ago, so I'm like, maybe I'm, interested. Who knew I was going to pick this? The money supply is a currency and other liquid instruments in a country's economy date measure. The money supply roughly includes deposits that can be used almost as easily as cash. Catch that, did you? I'm going to keep going. Government issues paper currency and coin through some combination of their central bank and treasuries. Somebody might have caught it. I think somebody said something. I think they caught it. Bank regulators influence the money supplies available to the public through the... there it go. Shot. Governments issue paper currency and coin through some combination of their central banks and treasuries. Bank regulators... come back. Don't keep going. I need you to stay with me. Stay with me now. Oh, now you ain't used to having all this attention, so you want to be special today. Influence money. Oh my goodness. Come on. Issues paper currency and coin through some combination of their central banks and treasuries. Bank regulators influence money supplies available to the public through the requirements placed on banks to hold reserves and how to extend credit and other regulations. Y'all yet? Let's understand the money supply. Economists analyze money supply and develop policies revolving around it through controlling interest rates and increasing or decreasing of the amount of money flowing in the economy. Public and private sectors analysis is performed because the money supplies possible impacts on price levels such as inflation and the business cycle. In the United States, the Federal Reserve policy is the most important deciding factor in the money supply. The money supply is also known as the money stock. So for all of you guys that actually have a checking and savings account, you got to actually have what they call money stock to be part of the deciding factor. So I ask you again, if you got Federal Reserve notes in your checking or savings account, are you Michael Jackson and everybody else is Tito? Or is there something else going on? See, the first paragraph was the most revealing. They said cash twice in a different perspective, as if what you think is cash might not be cash. I got a good one. Is cash a gap item? Okay, so doesn't what we just read make a whole lot more sense because it's not a gap item? They got to keep you thinking that it is. Like, well, currency. It's like, wait a minute, hold on, Doc. You know, ain't the cash currency? No, currency is a money substitute. Now, these are not my words. I'm not an economist. I'm a political atheist.
I have a question.
Sure.
In that, I'm not saying but. So reading that, it sounded like when you make, so it says cash and deposits. So when you make a deposit into the system, doesn't that make you a party to the money flow?
If you're doing the accounting, that's why it's like you gotta do both. You gotta how can I say it? Okay. You gotta be doing accounts payables and accounts receivables to be considered part of the money supply. Like, let's call it what it is. When you say commerce, you gotta be a producer of consumer goods and be in the world of accounting to be able to be standing and accounted for. Everything else that you're doing, if you're not in that ebb and flow, is not what you think. See, remember, the fiat game is a faith-based game predicated upon the people's faith. The only reason why Federal Reserve notes got any value is because of the folks at the Federal Reserve said it does. It ain't nothing else other than the fact that the Federal Reserve says it's money. That is money. When all their definitions saying it ain't money. They used to actually publicize what they call those what was this, those nifty little publications that the Federal Reserve used to put out. You know, they actually had these circulars that would go out every month by all the Federal Reserves. And this particular famous one from the Federal Reserve in Chicago broke down the fact that cash is not a gap item, and cash isn't money, and currency is a money substitute. Money, real money, constitutional money, is coin, silver and gold. If you don't have silver and gold, you are not, have not, and probably won't be dealing with any real money. There's money of account, and there's money of exchange. So if you're in the money of exchange game, you're a part of the money supply. If you're just being handed Federal Reserve notes, then you're the one that everybody's putting on their balance sheets as a what? Liability. That's what the banks do. If you're a accredited investor, you don't have to have FDIC insurance to do banking because you know something. But if you're not an accredited investor, oh, damn right, we finna put some insurance on you because you might just screw everything up. You know, you look smart. Because, see, when you're in commerce, you're expected to be an expert. You know why they expect you to be the expert? Because they're experts in their own rights. The private banking cartel are not a bunch of dodos and dummies. They've been doing this for a long time. Remember, most of us are the new kids on the block. So they have to say, well, if you think it's money, I ain't going to talk you out of it. Just know that if you touch it, there are rules. I use a scenario that I use with my baby girl, my great grand. She liked candy, so the minute she realized that a piece of silver gets her 78 pieces of candy versus the paper dollar, it was a wrap. She said, "Poppy, I can't count that high. I only got 10 fingers." I'm like, right. So you got to do that like 7 times and then 8 more fingers. So she don't look at the dollar. She look at that paper real like that paper suspect to her. It's real suspect. Like you give her paper, she trying to figure out how to exchange it. Like I'm not done yet. So if you're part of the exchange, you're part of the money supply. Now, I should have some questions because I don't think I'm doing that good a job with everybody getting everything that I'm saying. I should have questions.
The wording of the question and then the way that this reads, because, or maybe I'm just more confused in the train of thought that I've been accustomed to. Because I always thought that banks don't own money or have money. Banks loan money, loan other people's money.
Right.
So if I make a deposit into an account, am I not taking party to the ebb and flow of money, or the money?
You are in that regard. Right, you are. But here's how everybody works in commerce. What you're saying, you're right. You're part of the money supply, but it's like we want to see your homework. Now, if you can't show us the homework, or if you point to your bank account and say, see, it's right there, that's not saying what you think it's saying. I mean, think about it. You're using Bank of America's accounting method. Is Bank of America using an accrual method or a cash method? Your bank statement, like here's what I always ask trustees and our clients and students. When they show me a bank statement and I'm trying to make sure they know what they're doing with their ledger, I say, what accounting method did Bank of America use? And if I get, well, Bazell, I don't know, it's like, uh-oh. Now, if you don't know, right, if you don't know if they're using cash or accrual, how do you expect for me to know? Because I'm under the impression you handed this to me to use. So if you're handing me a grenade that you don't put, if you hand me a statement that you don't put, it's like a grenade. If you hand me a bank statement and don't know whether it's a cash method or a accrual method, that's like handing me a grenade that you don't pull the pin out of.
Well, when you look at a bank statement, it's a cash method.
Okay.
But we all know another method going on behind the scenes that is definitely
right.
So
yeah, we're getting a lot of feedback, so I'm just going to ask that for everyone that's not answering a question, just to mute your line. Go ahead.
So what I was saying is they are, when you look at a bank statement, that is a cash method of account.
Correct.
But know that they're using an accrual method behind the scenes.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, they're using both.
Right. Right. They're definitely both. All right. Just because I want you to pay attention to how this thing's going to go. Pay attention to this because this is going to be very.
All participants are muted.
This is going to be very, 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 very enlightening. So pay attention because if you listen long enough, you definitely will learn something. And it's going to help, clear everybody up and get everybody on point. So bear with me. Let's see here. I now go back to this. I go back to that. Let's see. I close.
If I give you a Benford bill and you can take that $100 bill and get it to Kroger's, then that's trust to trust. That's a trust transaction. But is Mr. Pay? Gold and silver backing it. You can't even take it back to the Federal Reserve. If you found a $100 bill on the ground, you couldn't drive down, if you're in the Atlanta Reserve note, back to anything. There is no value. It's a people say it's called fiat. Add an what? Leaving. It only has value because the trustees. Now, I'm showing you it's not value, but it ain't going to have value no more. What happens to everything that you got with those monopoly pieces of money? What happens? You can answer, V. You know, they want to hear from you. They're clinging on your every word. What do you think happens to every?
What happens to the monopoly money after what?
What happens to the monopoly money when they bring in HR 5404?
Which is a new legislation Not that I know of.
Now, again, if we don't think this is important, keep listening to the responses. I'm going to go down the line. Call the last 4 digits of your number, 7599. 7599. Do you know 10 individuals within your immediate circle that if it come down to the come down and they got to make an exchange, can they take those funky Federal Reserve notes and come up with $100 grand to make a one-time exchange? 7599. Call the last one is your number. Yeah, go ahead.
Probably not.
Say that. Probably not. Probably not. All right, I'm going to keep on going. Call the last 4 digits of your number is 5116. 5116. Same question applies. Okay.
No.
All right.
No. Question.
All right. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the families that don't have 100K, they're going to immediately be 100K behind the game.
Not only is it going to be 100K behind the game, remember how the whole game started where they pledged your future labor and you was already $1 million in the hole. We're going back to a gold standard. So I'm going to show you how far in the hole you're finna be if you can't make this exchange.
All
right. Watch this. The present dollar is about worth 3 cents. 0.03. Which means if you had $1 million in Federal Reserve notes, it's only worth 30K. So I want you to think about what I'm saying. If you had $1 million in Federal Reserve notes, you only got $30,000 in buying power because the dollar has been devalued to 0.03. And because of this conflict in Iran and the tariffs, we're actually at a negative 0.2. So whatever you thought you had as of Friday disappeared to a negative 0.2. The minimum exchange is 100K. That don't even bring you to the black. That means that if you can't do that, everything that I'm going to discuss. Now here's the bright side. Again, it's not all doom and gloom. Look, if you're listening to me in this particular training, you have the ability to make the exchange. Your family won't suffer. You'll be able to substantiate your trade from a trustee position and not a debtor. Because everything I'm explaining about what is happening and what has happened, just like when me and my marketing director V-Dub was talking earlier today about the shit hitting the fan with all these folks is getting these, the state benefit stuff, is real different. It's real different. Matter of fact, while I'm finna get you some information that you can definitely ride to. So pay attention, because if you listen long enough, you're definitely going.
Today's webinar is taking place on May 2nd, 2017. At this time, I would like to go ahead and introduce our speaker today. Our speaker today is Dan Lias. Thank you, and welcome, Dan.
Thank you, Amanda, and thank you all who are participating by webinar today on this presentation dealing with trusts. Somewhat like Austin Powers, allow myself to introduce myself. My name is Dan Lias. I'm the transactional business consultant for CT here in the Midwest region, primarily stretching from Michigan down to Oklahoma, and I've been in this position for approximately 8 years or so. So again, thank you for all attending for today. And really what today is about is trust and being able to trust yourself with trust, for a lack of a better term. Trusts are an increasingly common component of UCC work in terms of our filing and then subsequently our searching. So CT thought it was important that we try to put out a presentation here for the next hour or so to kind of discuss the three main topics around trusts, which is, as you see from today's agenda, the basics, filing and searching. Certainly the most important thing with trust, just like it is with any UCC document, is making sure that you are filing correctly, not only with the proper name, which is the significant trust, with trust is the issue, but also in the proper location. And again, before we get into that filing, we want to touch on the basics to kind of get that ground floor kind of established, and then get into filing, and then certainly talk about searching at the end. You know, the thing about searching is that if you filed properly and you filed in the right location, searching kind of just flows naturally from that. So we'll be probably spending more of our time on the first two parts of the agenda, which deals with the trust basics and also with filing. So why trusts and why Article 9, as you see from our next slide? We start with is why we create an entire presentation on trusts under Article 9, like why are we here? And as I already stated, I mean, one of the main reasons is that we just see more trust work out there. There are more and more filings that are connected to that. But in addition to that, we also see with that number of increased in trusts being filed, the questions have also increased and multiplied. Trusts have been an issue for our UCC clients since actually prior to the amendments of 2010, but in 2010, we had the changes in 2001 where we thought we made some pretty substantial changes in terms of trust filings. The changes in 2010, I think, certainly helped clarify them. But, it was a shift, just like we saw in so many things in 2001 and then subsequently in 2010. We changed how we file and deal with trusts. Right? I mean, and so the 2001 amendments changed the inquiry pertaining to trust from the identity of the debtor to the status of the collateral. Right? And some of this is going to sound somewhat similar to what we deal with corporations. So the identity of the debtor, whether it's the trust, the trustee, the beneficiaries, all that was no longer as relevant after 2001 and then certainly 2010 with the changes. So we're back to what is very central to our UCC world, which is the debtor name required by Article 9 is what's vital. That is what is very important, whether it's a corporation or a trust. The name of the debtor is essential for proper filing. And those 2010 amendments just reiterated that, or maybe even spelled it out even more clearly, is the importance of moving away from the identity of the debtor to the collateral and the name of the trust or whatever form that may be. Now, again, I just want to make this clear, though. It is always important to know still the identity of the debtor, as that determines maybe the filing location. However, it is no longer a part of determining what debtor name is used under Article 9. So obviously just keep that distinction in place, is that for the filing, that is one thing, the location is another. So just keep that in mind. So that's why we're here. And like I said, let's start this journey down the road of trust and trust work. So why trust in Article 9? We now move to our trust basics. All right, our next slide. Let's take a look at what our trust basics. All right, Black's Law Dictionary has a definition of trusts, and it's simply this. This is a kind of a common definition, and you guys can certainly read it, but it is, to put it more simply, a trust is a creation of law in which one party, and that's the trustee, has legal ownership of any form of property that has been transferred to him, her, or it, the entity, by the person establishing the trust. The trust assets are invested and are managed for the benefit of one or more beneficiaries. Right? That's really what a trust is. Right? There's a few main, obviously we'll be talking about the parties later on, but in a nutshell, that's what it is. Just like when we're dealing with a corporation, is that it may be vast in size and scope, but the actual underpinnings of a corporation are quite simple. in terms of the articles of incorporation. The same is true with a trust. I mean, the basic underpinning of this and the intent of it is actually very simple. It's moving money into an organization or entity, if you will, the trust, to help a beneficiary, and it's managed by someone called the trustee. I mean, it's pretty much it's that simple. It is, again, we get sometimes lost in the size of it, or the number of trustees, or the number of beneficiaries, and all that. But at the core, this stuff around trust, again, is actually fairly simple. All right, so here's our cast of characters when it comes to a trust. As I kind of already alluded to, we have a trustee, the grantor, the estate, and a beneficiary. And so these are, if you want to say this is our Shakespearean tragedy, here's our characters, all right? The trustee, as we can see here, that's the party that has legal control over the trust. And again, that person can take many different forms. That can be an individual. It could be a company that is specifically designed to manage trusts. Certainly, one of the things that we come into contact with, and I'm sure many of you out there come into contact with, the trust financial institutions and banks will actually have an entire division set up to manage trusts, and so that's normally where you see somebody managing is a financial institution. Grantor, again, that's the person establishing the trust. That can be one person, that can be multiple people, but again, that's the person who's actually starting us down this path. They're the people who are normally putting the assets into the trust. The estate, that is actually what is the property that is owned by the trust. That is the estate is what actually is being managed by the trustee. And last but not least is the beneficiary, and that's the person or people or entity that is actually receiving some type of benefit from the management the management and growth of the trust. Again, that can be someone as simple as the grandchildren of someone who set this trust up. It could be a nonprofit such as like an animal rights group or pet group. I mean, it can take any different form in terms of the beneficiary. But again, they are the people who are receiving the rewards of the management of the trust. So here are your characters. And again, I can't stress enough, it is quite simple. Now, I understand there's a lot of complexities to it after the fact, but at least the cast of characters and the intent are quite simple.
Between its loans and deposits for each period of time. To be sure such equilibrium will exist, Basel III has developed a specific regulation. Before zooming in on this, I will first explain the metaphor of the bucket used in this film. As we saw, the bucket fills up with euros and cents. So each time the bank receives a deposit, the bucket will fill up. Each time the bank grants a loan, some liquidity will leave the bucket. Why? Because the related cash will be with the corporate client, with the individual, or with the person who sold a good to this individual. Still, another aspect requires an explanation before we can tackle the regulation itself. The in- and outgoing cash flows are very typical to each bank. I can explain this as follows. A savings bank is specialized in the collection of deposits. Its bucket will fill up at high speed and can even have an overflow. At the other end of the spectrum, a merchant bank specialized in lending activities to large corporates will see its buckets emptied at high speed. It's mainly the speed of the bucket filling up and emptying that is typical for each bank. For this, Basel III imposes standardized stress tests on all banks. In fact, Basel III compels banks to have sufficient liquidity available during a period of 30 days of stressed conditions. In normal conditions, one can expect a loan to be reimbursed completely at its maturity date. This is not the case during the stress test window of 30 days. Then only 50% serves to reimburse the bank, and the bank has to inject the other 50% in the economy by granting new loans. So for loans at maturity, 50% leaves the bank again. Let's have a look at the treatment of deposits. The first category is deposits from individuals and from small and medium-sized companies. Basel III states they leave the bank at 5% or 10%. So, during the 30-day stress period, 5 or 10% of those deposits will basically walk out the door. For deposits received from banks, the runoff percentage is at 100%, meaning they will leave completely before the end of the stress test. Of course, a third category exists, the one relating to deposits from corporates. Here, a very important notion is introduced by Basel III. 25% or 75% of the deposits of corporates will leave, depending on the existence or non-existence of an operational relationship between the bank and the corporate. In other words, if a bank has 10 billion corporate deposits and an operational relationship with these clients, 2.5 billion will be lost. Suppose no operational relationship exists. The bank might even lose 7.5 billion of these deposits. The result is a 5 billion difference in the stress test for Basel III. We'll come back on this Basel III tendency to guide banks towards more traditional activities. I have explained that at all times enough liquidity has to be available to comply with the stress test. This will put pressure on the net results. Remember also that the required increase in the capital must be set aside. So we are dividing something becoming smaller by something becoming larger. This leads to a reduction in return on equity for banks. This is a very tangible Basel III impact on banks. The primary challenge to a bank is the managing of the equilibrium between loans and deposits. This is a fundamental daily challenge that will drive the banks. As I have explained, banks face a profitability challenge. Revenues from cross-selling will be welcome, and on top of this, cross-selling will be required to manage the equilibrium loans-deposits. However, this cross-selling also leads to more operational intimacy, the kind of operational relationship we referred to earlier. So, while managing the balance between deposits and loans, cross-selling will also be key. The operational intimacy this will bring will help to retain the required liquidity levels for the stress test. So, this is very fundamental to the required calculations for Basel III, as well as for the continuity of the bank. This leads us to our statement that banks have to have complementary activities to the business of granting loans and collecting deposits. Cash management is a good example. Cash management is key in this context. Factoring is also a complementary activity. The former Fortis factoring entity has now returned to BNP Paribas Fortis to become part of the service offered to our clients. With what you have just seen, I hope I've provided you with an overview of what Basel III is all about, how it impacts banks and the shifts it will bring to the interaction with their clients. This means that banks will work on a closer relationship with their clients and put more emphasis on traditional banking activities. Thank you all for your attention.
Right now, silver is incredibly undervalued compared to gold, and this is going to have some huge reversion in the future.
GoldSilver.com. Price match guarantee. Free shipping. Global storage options. Phenomenal customer service. Get the best-selling book, Guide to Investing in Gold and Silver, for free at GoldSilver.com.
We talked about gold and silver just now. I discovered how undervalued silver was compared to gold back in April of 2003 and started buying a lot of silver at $4.30. And here, the next chart on page 39, you've got the gold-silver ratio inverted, which is actually the silver-gold ratio. Mm-hmm. I never express it as the silver gold ratio because then you end up with these numbers that are fractions and it's harder for people to understand. It's easier to have whole numbers of, we've got numbers ranging from 30 to 90 than 0 point something or other. So you've got the S&P 500 and then you've taken the silver gold ratio and plotted over the top of it. And tremendous correlation from 1990 until 2011 when silver ran up and did a peak and it hit $48 in April of 2011. And the gold-silver ratio, which is the whole numbers, you can see that it was in the 70s on this chart back in 2008, and it fell all the way to 30. And that's the point where it became out of sync. And it's like an absolute reverse correlation to the stock markets today. And I don't understand what would have caused this except QE and possible faith in the Fed. But right now, silver is incredibly undervalued compared to gold, being in the 80s, and it was up in the 90s for several weeks there, where it's 1/90th of silver's value is 1/90th of gold's value. In other words, it takes 90 ounces of silver to buy 1 ounce of gold, which is insane. For a couple thousand years, the average is around 13 to 1, 15, 12 to 1, and then 15 to 1 when we developed central banking and had pegs and stuff for the past 300 years. And then it's been as out of whack as 100 to 1 in just the past century and a quarter or century and a half. And this is going to have some huge reversion in the future. But what do you think the reason is for it being so highly correlated until 2011 and so uncorrelated today? It's almost a reverse correlation.
Well, our idea is that, in previous economic cycles, reflation was achieved by expanding credit. And then at some point, 2012, 2013, it might have broken down. So actually, the Federal Reserve and other central banks, they tried to achieve the reflation by buying securities, which only led to asset price inflation, but no price inflation yet. And I think that, rising price inflation is probably one of the most contrarian standpoints or calls that you can make at the moment. And actually, there was this Bloomberg Business Week cover saying the death of inflation, that the inflation monster is dead. And normally that's a very good and reliable contrarian indicator. So from my point of view, based on Murray Rothbard, basically, he said, first, there's monetary inflation, then there is asset price inflation, and the third stage only is price inflation. And I think we have seen the first two stages already, and now price inflation might be on the horizon.
Well, here's one of the ways that works. I've done a lot of studying on this. One of the things that I noticed when I looked at how base currency was growing back in 2009 and 10, and I think I first may have presented the chart with this correlation in 2012 or 13, but you can index the stock market, the S&P 500 here for the audience. If you look, there's two humps. The year 2000 was a peak, the year 2007 was a peak, and there's a dip. And then at that dip, that's when Ben Bernanke did quantitative easing. And I can plot the growth of the currency supply, base currency, on top of the stock market. And from December of 2008 until December of 2015, they're almost exactly on top of each other. And the reason that you have asset price inflation first is because in order to create a dollar, the Federal Reserve has to print that dollar, and then they have to buy something to get it into the economy. And they're very limited as far as the scope of what they can legally buy. Historically, it's usually been U.S. Treasury debt. So they're buying our national debt with currency that they counterfeited, and then we have to pay taxes in the future to pay it back. But the people that have that debt, that have U.S. Treasury bonds in stock, ready to be sold, are the big brokerage houses. They're the primary dealers that are allowed to show up at the Treasury auction. I believe there's 28 of them. But it's the largest banks and brokerage houses on the planet that are the bidders at the Treasury auction. And so the Fed prints these dollars, buys them from that broker dealer, the big brokerage houses, but it lifts the stock market so much that the correlation from December of 2008 to December of 2015 is 0.976. It's 97.6% of the time when base currency goes up, the stock market goes up by the same exact percentage. That's proof that these things have to be linked. So the asset price inflation does come first because it's a direct consequence of the currency creation. Another thing that this does, it creates this wealth disparity that is causing all the resentment in society and causing a breakdown of our society in the West here, where you've got this sort of infighting between the middle class and the poor, accusing the rich of like stealing all the wealth. Well, it's the Federal Reserve that's stealing it. They create currency, they buy an asset, the stock market goes up by that same percentage. The currency that they created diluted the currency supply. So it stole purchasing power from the middle class, and it bestows it upon the rich by directly lifting the stock market. And if Jeff Bezos owns 16% of Amazon, he goes from having $30 billion to having $130 billion directly because of this mechanism. He shouldn't be worth $130 billion. He deserves the reward for creating the biggest shopping center in the world, Amazon.com. He deserves the reward for, I buy a lot on Amazon. I mean, my Amazon bill is probably $4,000 a month. But he doesn't deserve all the excess currency that this rise from 2008 to 2015 in the stock market. That is a direct correlation with base currency, and it created the world's first centabillionaires, where Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates are now worth more than $100 billion, and it was a reverse Robin Hood effect, where the Federal Reserve was stealing from the middle class and the poor and bestowing that wealth upon the rich. It is their wealth that was transferred, and it causes this resentment and the disintegration. There's no more harmony in our society here. It's the middle class and the poor against the rich at this point, and it's causing the whole political system to have all of this infighting. It's really horrible to see what's going on, and people don't recognize that it is not the fault of the wealthy. It's the fault of the world's central banks.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, do you remember the Occupy Wall Street movement a couple of years ago? I think it was 9 or 10 years ago. Now the next recession, the next crisis, by definition, will happen with income and especially wealth disparities at their highest level ever. So from my point of view, the unrest will probably be a bit more forceful than the very well-behaved and peaceful Occupy Wall Street movement 10 years ago. And this is definitely something that concerns me. And therefore, it's also important to show that the root cause for most of the problems that we are discussing nowadays, only on the surface, the root cause is in our monetary system.
Yes, absolutely. One of the things I want to close out this section, but one of the things that I want to let people know is that, there's this myth that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, and nothing could be further from the truth. That is absolutely wrong. Everybody is getting richer. The problem is that the richest people are getting richer the fastest at a blazing rate, because small amounts of wealth are being stolen from billions of people. It's being transferred from the middle class and the poor to the wealthy. But if you look, I've just been reading the Credit Suisse Wealth Report that just came out a few days ago, and I keep up on this. And other than people that are trapped, like in the United States, we've got something called the welfare trap, where they get on all of these different government programs, and they find that if they go out on a job interview, that if they take the job, they're actually going to lose. They're getting paid more to sit on the couch and watch TV and go out on a job interview once in a while, but never actually take a job, because if they do, they're going to be a lot worse off economically. So there's the welfare trap. Those people aren't really going anywhere. But everybody else, their income is rising. The number of hours that they have to work to accumulate the same amount of stuff is going down. So the value of their labor is actually rising, and people don't realize this. And this is all provable stuff. You can go to the Federal Reserve and download the data. You can go to the IMF and download the data. It's true. Across the world, pretty much everybody is getting wealthier. It's just that there's a greater and greater wealth disparity because of the economic system, the way the monetary system works. So with that, I've got to wrap this up, and I want to thank you so much for being here, Ronnie. It's been a real pleasure. And so this section is over with. So anything you want to say, Ronnie, at the end of this one?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to announce that we're offering trustee training and notary classes for all interested parties, Monday through Friday. For more details, please feel free to reach out to us at 904-490-0297. Again, that number is 904-490-0297. We can be reached from the times of 9 to 5 on Monday through Friday, and you can also reach us 12 to 4 on Saturdays. If you can't reach us there on the line, please feel free to drop us an email at B as in boy, I as in Isaac, D as in David, I as in indigo, I as in indigo, L as in Larry, B as in boy, E as in Edward, Y as in yarn at gmail.com. Again, that email is BIDZIILBEY at gmail.com. And remember, if you're interested in getting your affairs in order, you need to start by getting your mind right. Peace and love.
Testing. 1 2 1 2. I'm giving everybody a chance to definitely get in. Bear with me because I got to cue the audio for all three of these servers. So give me a minute. I am coming. I'm coming. All right. So we're gonna make sure that everybody, hopefully everybody right now can hear me. Here we go. All right. Had to cue everybody back in to make sure I'm coming in loud and clear. All right, family. You got to understand that we're no longer in Kansas anymore, and that what's interesting is that people's income is actually going up because of this new system. It's just that everybody's not doing the proper accounting, so a lot of the things aren't quite lining up, if that makes sense. They're not lining up because, for one thing, a lot of individuals have been beneficiaries in this situation. You know, they've been participating in commerce, but they haven't been participating in commerce as creditors. They've been participating in commerce as debtors and, beneficiaries. They're in trust agreements they don't even know about, and they're literally just looking at these things, from a whole different perspective. What was interesting when you first heard about the Basel I, Basel II, Basel III, this is why the banks had to step their game up, and that's why CECL is a good thing to some banks, bad thing for a lot of banks, because that's how they've been making their money off of your inability to really conceive what's going on. Fiat currency is a faith-based currency. It's faith-based. It's literally based upon the people's faith. The only reason why it has value is because the Federal Reserve Board of Trustees said it has value. They're telling you that right now, if you found a Federal Reserve note on the ground, you could not take it to the Federal Reserve Bank. You couldn't exchange it. Now you can exchange it to another merchant, but you can't take it back from the source from which it came. So you got to pay real close attention to the fact that if you can't take it back to the source from which it came, really, what are you dealing with? See, there's a whole aspect of the private sector that is now moving into a different space, which the private sector influences the public. See, when they talk about the welfare trap, these are the individuals that rely upon Social Security, welfare, food stamps, all those things. They are stuck. They actually will make more if they don't go back to work. Because to go back to work, they're going to lose the benefits that they have. Because in all actuality, everything is increasing. That means if you worked a job and you made $25 last year, you're actually worth $50 an hour. Your income, your labor is worth more now because there's more assets being brought in. Why is there more assets, Bazell? Because of the fact of HR 5404. Now, again, I want you to listen to HR 5404, how I break it down, because this is going to bring up all the stuff we're talking about in this homework assignment so everyone can be real clear on where they stand. Now, bear with me because I got to cue all the audio back in, so you may hear, a little bit of silence, but don't go nowhere because if you listen long enough, you definitely will learn something. All right. And we go from there back to
Right? So in trusts we trust, how do they impact us? I mean, again, not to sound overly Seinfeldian, but why are we here? All right. What's the deal with trusts? All right. Well, here's how they impact us, and these are just a couple of facts that we found on out there in the internet. I do believe that it's not fake news, so I think it's good to go. We got this from legitimate sources, but for example, Bank of America derives 21% of their revenue from trust or trust management. 21% for Bank of America. That equates to around, and I thought this number was pretty impressive, $1 trillion. $1 trillion worth of assets are managed by Bank of America. That's a sizable amount of money, right? A couple other facts here, just again kind of showing the importance of it and why we as folks that are dealing in UCCs might be seeing that. An increase in that is take a look at the inheritance from a trust and non-trust. From a non-trust, $69,000. From someone with a trust, $285,000. And as we all know, when you start having larger and larger sums of money, and people are looking to invest, there's no question that that's going to come into contact with our line of work, which is you revised Article 9, UCCs, 1s, 3s, and all that. All right. And in addition to that, look at the types of trust that we have. I mean, I think that I find this incredibly interesting, just like we have with corporations and LLCs and LPs and, fill in the blank of whatever new LPPs or whatever we have now. Look at the numbers and types of trusts we can have. Revocable, irrevocable, asset protection, charitable, construction, special needs, spendthrift, tax bypass, Totten trust. I mean, back when I used to practice law, which was many years ago, we really had this kind of a set group of trusts that you used. Now, just like we see with corporations and so forth, we are truly seeing a proliferation of different types of trusts. And again, that just increases the likelihood that we will be dealing with them somehow in our UCC world. All right. So now that we kind of understand that this is a lot of money and that they're everywhere, and that there's different types of them, we can kind of now go into another discussion of the infamous trust creation.
Thing that I've explained that has nothing to do with racism or schism or, the white man. No. This is business. It ain't personal. It's business. There was an agreement that has been going along since the 1930s. Now, I'm pretty sure I may have some people that's listening that might be, they might was born in the 1930s. If you are, I'd love to hear from you. But I know I was born in 73, so I was made party to an agreement that I wasn't even around for to even say yay or nay. So I'm really a minor in that whole contract. You know, I'm a minor, so I'm in a contract, but I really, you know, it ain't really a lawful contract because I'm not of age. I'm not conscious. You know, it was done before I was born. I'll back up, and I'm kind of mixing terms, but I'm trying to spark your thinking. The repo man wants what's due to them. And if you're holding that card that don't belong to you, you're holding what they want. Now I want you to think about this as I ask this next question. That being the case, give me an example of how you think they're going to collect on this debt that's owed. Go ahead, V. I'm going to go down the line because I want to hear this. How do you think they're going to collect on this debt?
Oh, my God. Somebody's ass is going to have to be cashed.
Yes. So I want you to think about, remember now, I want you to think about, the card don't belong to you, so that means everything you use that card for don't belong to you either. Think about all the things that are attached to the funky little card, like your bank account, that you think is your bank account. Doesn't your state benefits link to this card too? You know, if you're getting like food stamps, you know, DFACS, family, you know, isn't that attached to the social? You can respond, V. You can respond.
It's all attached.
It's all attached. So everything that you can think of that you hold in a monetary component, 9 times out of 10 is attached to that card that don't belong to you. It's not doom and gloom. We just got to deal with the facts. I'm ask a couple more folks. I want to see I want you to think about how you think they're gonna get what's owed to them. Caller, last 4 digits of your number is 5116. 5116. How do you think they're gonna collect the debt that's owed to them?
They're gonna repossess, or they're gonna take control, or they're gonna just collect everything that's under that Social Security number, as you stated earlier, or they're going to refinance everything. So what the national debt was, you know,
okay,
or any future, you know, documents under that, you know, would come under the different heading, or they're going to rewrite the script.
Okay. Good response. I want all my trustees thinking. That's a great response. Let me go down the line because I want to see who's paying attention now. Caller, last 4 digits of your number, 7599. 7599. Give me an example in your own words of how you think they're going to collect this debt that's owed.
Like forced labor.
Woo, forced labor. Right.
An economic collapse of biblical proportion resulting in cashless society. Cash to soon be illegal with the excuse that it carries viruses. This is the next stage in the globalist plan. Digital currency. They can control it, track it, and most importantly, take it away from you in the blink of an eye. This pandemic is working like a charm for the globalists. The global elites are building their one world currency system and one world government right in front of your face and openly admitting to it. You're screwed either way. Have the money in the bank, risk a banking holiday, or them freezing your funds. Have cash on hand. They'll tell you it's a spreader of the virus. Pure genius in trying to ban cash. Using the virus as an excuse. Can't store cash under the mattress in case of bail-ins. This is the new America unfolding. Order out of chaos. The quickest way to bring about chaos is bombarding the population with decisions, scenarios, catastrophic events, rights violations, monetary instability, and quite possibly food supply. This virus is a curtain to cover up all the government is doing, but we are peeking and seeing it all. Digital currency is how they will change us off the petrodollar. Say hello to one world currency and new world order. It's all about skimming. All taxes will be collected on every digital transaction. They will even eliminate the IRS, and the people will cheer only to pay even more with digital tax collection. Right now, less than 5% of US dollars in circulation is in the form of bills. The rest is electronic. The swamp wants a cryptocurrency like the Bitcoin, so they would be able to track transactions regardless of each bank's privacy policy. The swamp wants it to control the elite to prevent any chance of a revolution. Please remember that all electronic currency riding the blockchain requires internet to use for a platform of exchange from one party to another, whether government, corporation, or person. Each person will be required to offer up their biometrics to access the internet to buy and sell on the blockchain in the very near future. Thus fulfilling Revelation chapter 13. The hideous beast is rising out of the sea. This is what the last days is supposed to look like. We're there. This is getting to the point where we will all have a chip implanted, and we can scan our wrist to pay. If only everyone would go into the banks and clean out their accounts like they do supermarkets and watch how quickly the banks will close because they haven't got any money. And see how much of a scam the global economy really is that is purely based on debt. With this current situation, the governments are dishing out trillions of dollars, yet one has to question, where exactly are the banks getting all this money from? What I want to know is when markets crash with billions of dollars, where does all this money go? It can't just disappear. It has to go somewhere. Otherwise, that money and values never existed to begin with. We are at a dark and historic turning point. And things are going to get worse. I got wind of a person with inside info of the government mandating a nationwide shutdown along with a closure of the stock market next week, this whole Justice Department. The Department of Justice has no interest in justice. Its interest is in control, total, boot on your throat control. How are we ever going to have a one-world government without a global crisis that necessitates centralized authoritarian controls? Problem, reaction, solution. Like they have always said, never let a crisis go to waste. This will change everything. It will never be the same. Welcome to the New World Order. They are bringing in the mark of the beast. Without the mark, you can't buy or sell. That's the plan, but they underestimate their enemy. The globalists are attempting to sell us on slavery by packaging it as free markets. The solution is to not use the systems they promote and be ready to fight tooth and nail for real decentralization. Force the slowdown, or you will become an even bigger slave than you already are. When the endgame of the usurious fiat scam system we now live under plays itself out, we must not allow them to chain us all into any world, crypto, cashless, baseless monetary system. We must fight tooth and nail against the implementation of this evil idea. Welcome back to the Atlantis Report. Please take some time to subscribe to my backup channels. I do upload videos there too. You'll find the links in the description box. You will also find a PayPal link if you want to make a donation. Thank you. Everything is speeding up, and it's amazing to see that people don't even see this, how the storm is here and it's going to get really, really bad. People do desperate things during desperate times. Got news for you, the world is on edge, and we are just at the beginning. If you haven't prepared yourself, do so now, with what little is left. Only the people who believe everything is still fine will be the ones who suffer in the end. It never mattered who you voted for, red team or blue team. There is only one team. So long as the central banks are in control. Welcome to the machine. We are now beyond the Orwellian world and into the twilight zone. Socialist and nanny state governments desperately need electronic-only currencies. All they do is drive commerce underground and create black markets, thus the need to eliminate cash in order to make sure they get their tax money to spend on running their massive government business. Understand, you can never have a private transaction with anything outside hard money. Cash and hard money equal privacy and safety. Digital equals all transactions recorded, and your stored capital always easy to confiscate if you are found to be socially bad. The elites feel a need to be the third party in every transaction. Most young people have no grasp of these concepts. I try to explain it whenever I have the chance. All they see in digital banking is convenience. The elites are at war with us. Facebook takes your privacy. Governments take your rights. Banks take your money. Corporations take your jobs. I'm just another worn-out tonsil telling people this. Our politicians are just proxies for their donors' desires. Guaranteed if the money changers think a cashless society is a good idea. It is just another tool to further enrich the elites and impoverish the remaining 99% of the population. Cashless means digital. Ones and zeros. Nothing you will ever hold in your hand or give to another without the electronic means to do so. You will be totally dependent on the crypto blockchain to determine your balance, and with no dollar to gauge it against, you will have to gauge it against the goods or other things you use it for. And it is gone. Watch the movie Elysium if you want a glimpse of your dystopian future. Spoiler, you ain't included with the elite living on the orbiting space utopia. The elite are insatiably greedy psychopaths that have already stolen most of the global assets for themselves. It doesn't seem coincidental that cryptocurrency surfaces just as faith in fiat dries up. By analogy, I'm reminded of a matador sent out to distract a bull in an arena to keep it from escaping while compatriots frantically shut gates left open. Satoshi Nakamoto seems to be a complex and strategically ambiguous enigma, hardly some dude. The fact that nobody really knows where the hell this stuff came from is telling. And the sheer variety popping up practically overnight might be recognized as deliberate seeding, garden style, to see what thrives and what doesn't, and why. I have yet to find an apologist who can explain cryptocurrency satisfactorily in any way that eliminates its potential for weaponization. The dollar collapse will be replaced by a government bit, which will, of course, be worth dimes on the dollar, thereby accelerating the gap between the middle class and ultra-wealthy. How we conduct our transactions is a sideshow to what we have left of our current currency balances. The future will be mostly cashless. It's now a race to the next new reserve digital currency. My bet is on China being the forefront of it all. With 1.3 billion ready users, it will inevitably overshadow the rest. Whatever currency the government approves should be avoided like the plague. Blockchain is basically a ledger, and one day a ledger will list everything you have on behalf of the banks and the state. Non-citizenship will occur with the press of the button. Australia is the canary in the coal mine. They will make cash transactions over a certain amount illegal, then lower that amount time after time until there is no cash. Your ledger will, of course, be subject to negative interest rates and will probably, like everything else, be ultimately the Federal Reserve's property. You have to analyze these things from a signals and systems perspective. When you send an impulse through a system, you understand the behavior of the system with respect to an immediate or impulsive change, a shock. India proved to be the first data point in modeling what a nation with 1 billion plus people behaves like. As the USA is soon approaching that number, it was important for the powers to test it on a gullible enough population where cash is still king. That was the real reason behind the demonetization effort of India at the end of 2016. The impulse to the economic system, a temporary elimination of cash while the government rolled out new denominations and replacement banknotes, announced over national television over the course of an hour, resulting in quite the response of at least 2 months of economic what the wickedness. A part of that impulse response was that necessity is the mother of all invention aspect of trying to transact without cash. Fortunately for the powers and the masses, surprise, surprise, the cashless transfer system and app called Paytm happened to exist and somehow magically be ready to scale its usage from the ones of millions to the 100s of millions level. How convenient and commendable of their foresight, huh? The economic, social, and cultural, behavioral response of a cashless system impulse, though not advertised as such, has been extensively modeled and studied by researchers paid by the powers, I am sure. The cash ban converts humans into livestock. If you're useful or make your owner happy, you'll get fed. Otherwise, we must never accept a cash ban under any circumstances. New viruses arrive every day. More than 500,000 die yearly from the flu. COVID-19 is a smokescreen behind which they take away our freedom and independence. Email your congressman, talk to friends, encourage them to do the same, stand up, and speak your mind. There are good people in government and even banks, but living in an echo chamber is not conducive to good decisions. Let them hear. If they are allowed to suspend the Constitution, you will never get it back. I don't think you have it now. Just like the globalists censor and ban everyone whose opinions differ from their online currently. They will do the same in a cashless society. They will freeze your assets, steal your credits, and ban you from doing business if you dare to think for yourself and have your own opinions. A cashless society during a power internet outage, fire, hack, EMP, would be as bad as if nuclear bombs hit a few American cities. Going cashless adds risk. To counter the risk, additional measures must be taken. These additional measures are the real goal of eliminating cash. Unless you have gold and silver, bullets, booze, and cigarettes will become tender also in that scenario. Even toilet paper will be money. It is well enough that people of the nation do not understand our banking and monetary system, for if they did, I believe there would be a revolution before tomorrow morning. Said Henry Ford. The social credit score will soon follow. Orwell is saying from his grave, I warned you. I want chips with dip. Not in my hand. I can't wait for the government to limit what I can do with my money. Gun control for starters. Food control. Everything control. Rationing, carbon footprint control. Social score control. On and on. A revolt will ensure, or will the sheeple accept their fate? Are you worried yet? I am. This was the Atlantis Report. Please like, share, subscribe. And please take some time to subscribe to my backup channels. I do upload videos there too. You'll find the links in the description box. You will also find a PayPal link if you want to make a small donation. Thank you.
Week after week, it is they're speculating on it, but it's like, I don't know. It seems like common sense would dictate that it would RV, but then conventional wisdom says, well, if so many people know about it, would they just instantly make that many millionaires? I don't know. Question left to another time. But the gold thing, I do, now that you're bringing this to my attention, I didn't know anything about these carrot bars. How would people get in touch with this, find out information about this, join you? Because that sounds like something that's very, very, viable, to me. Because
right, it is.
As a matter of fact, I'm thinking of, I started thinking about start conducting my seminars, because a lot of people already do that. They do their seminars, they will only accept gold. They're not going to take it in any Federal Reserve note or anything like that, because that gives the taxing agencies, that's how the IRS comes in, right?
Right.
They can't tax you if you're using gold, or can they?
Well, don't say what they can't do. Say what they'll try to do and how you deal with them trying to. Remember, we talked about they changed the rules of the game. I've read some court cases that say that gold is okay and that its value, whatever its face value is. If you have a piece of gold, 1 ounce of gold right now, maybe $1,500, but if the face of it says $50, then it's $50. Well, those folks won that case, but again, they don't want to set precedent for something that's going to be in our favor, so you never know. But the websites, I have 2 websites, and they're
Testing. There we go. So you got to give me a minute to get everything queued in. I got about 4 different servers I got to go through to get to everybody. All right. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I'm here. Here's the deal. When they talk about the ability to use this proponent, what you're going to have to understand is, how does this proponent apply to me? All right. We'll go back to what you heard in the previous clip about the IRS ultimately being eliminated and having automatic taxes. See, people don't even understand how to utilize the IRS properly. So when they tell you, well, you don't have to worry about the IRS because we have a whole new system. I told you HAL, which is the automated algorithm, has been running the IRS since 2017. And this has been a slow tiptoe towards an algorithm that's going to determine whether you've been naughty or nice. Now, they got to have a complete autonomy over the system. So if you are in a complete cashless society in a digital space, then you got nowhere to go. Because if the algorithm says that you're a debtor, then you're a debtor. If the algorithm says you can't use this currency only but when you go to this particular store or that particular store, then that's all you can do. You need bankability and markability. So that's why gold and silver is what the elite is using while they're getting you all prepped and all hot and bothered under the collar about this digital currency, which is nothing wrong if it's used properly. It's like I tell folks who like, well, Bazell, I want to get out of debt. And then here's an oxymoron. What is an oxymoron? Two words don't belong together, like jumbo shrimp, sovereign citizen, and I want to get wealthy, so I want to get out of debt. That's an oxymoron because there's good debt and bad debt, and the wealthy know how to leverage debt. They were taught how to utilize hedging accounting. You know, the 4 quadrants that Robert Kiyosaki talks about is hedging, is hedging accounting and leveraged accounting. You know, and these are skill sets that are taught to other entrepreneurs, and family offices pass this along, you know, through their trust manuals. You know, these are private publications that passed on from generation to generation. That's why the world's oldest profession, which is marketing, the highest paid profession on the planet is marketing, which is sales. You know, besides being a doctor or a lawyer and all these things, the highest paid profession in today's world, our reality, quote unquote, is marketing and sales. The second highest paid profession is banking, because banking has to finance the most profitable occupation. So they're not going to talk about certain things about, you know, in those realms, because that's where they live. That's what they're doing. You know, they're occupying that space. You know, like they had occupying Wall Street. Well, they're occupying that space. So they're not going to do anything to put themselves out of business. But if you're not part of that construct, if you're not part of that type of system, then you're literally going to actually have to figure out how do you get in where you fit in. So in the aspect of perfecting what's being done, you know, we've been working with the trustees, and we literally have in place a mechanism to allow you to bring liquidity to your situation with proper implementation. Now let me break down implementation, which again, if you haven't done your homework, you're behind the curve. Because see, I'm going to go kind of fast. And if you'd have done your homework, quote unquote, some of you might have already done it. I just hadn't seen it. So if I ain't seen it, how do I know you done it? If you've done the homework, then I would love for you while we're on the broadcast to send it over so I can kind of take a look at it. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to come to a part of the class this evening where you may feel like a fish out of water. And I'm using all of the information of what you're listening to drive home a point where you can make this your own, so you can implement. Implementation is based upon the ability to understand that anything that you implement must be substantiated, which means before I let you go out and bump your head and run amok, I'm going to test you. You know, I'm going to ask you very pointed questions about your net asset value. I'm going to ask you, you know, when you're asking me, well, can I do this and can I do that? It's like, you can do whatever you want. The question is, how you're going to do it. I'm asking you how you're going to do it. You know, remember, I can only reverberate information that's being given to me. Now, if I'm given enough information, if I'm given enough data, then I can potentially give you some more information. But again, I'm not going to endorse or co-sign or suggest commingling. So if you're asking me something that I'm refusing to give you a straight or forward answer, you're probably commingling. And I kind of think sometimes it's not that you forget you're commingling. It's just you're so used to doing it. It's kind of like this. If you want to commingle, you don't commingle. That's all I'm saying. I don't know no other way to say it where I can keep everybody safe and moving in a forward progression. You don't need to commingle. So I'm asking you, who are you? Are you the trust? No. The trust is a separate legal person. It's separate from you. When you're a notary, all right, does the notary owe the government anything? No. Last time I checked, the notary is outside of that jurisdiction. So the notary doesn't owe these people. So who are we talking about? Chances are we're talking about straw man. And because you haven't divested yourself with a straw man, you are in your own way. So your questions are, you're kind of saying you're a trustee, but you really are a beneficiary, and you really want the benefit. You really don't want to be liable. You don't want to be liable for all these fools out there. You don't want to do that. But unfortunately, commerce is like, you're going to pick one. You know, you're either going to be liable, fully liable, or you're going to have limited liability. Now, here's the advantage of being fully liable. If you're fully liable, you get the right to use everything because you are being fully liable. If you want limited liability, then you got to play by the rules. The private sector is not complaining about the IRS. The private sector is not waiting on a handout and wants stimulus. Matter of fact, the private sector make their money by giving it away. They give money away to the public. That's how they keep wealth, by giving it away. Now, you got to wrap your brain around, how do I make money by giving it away? Doesn't everybody you know want it? Are they in the public or are they in the private? Are you a consumer or are you a, let's say it, are you a consumer or do you create consumer goods? Do you create consumer goods or are you a consumer? These things are very relevant and very important because they're going to direct your path, especially when it comes to utilizing these bonds. See, the bonds aren't for you. The bonds are for the institutions that are in the public. You know, the ones that are doing the heavy lifting. You know, the ones that are directly linked to FinCEN. You know, the ones that know about 8302 returns. You know, those institutions that actually capitalize every 90 days on those quote-unquote 1099 OIDs. Yeah, those institutions. You're providing bonds to those institutions because those are the ones that are calling the shots. They're making all the waves. They're the ones that's doing what they do. See, you got to know who you are, then you got to know who you're dealing with. I'm dealing with Bank of America. What are you trying to do? Well, I got this credit card. Well, you're not dealing with Bank of America. You're dealing with whoever issued that credit card. And if you literally have not done a 10K search on a potential debtor that you're going at, you have no idea who you're dealing with. And sometimes you can spend your whole time going in the wrong direction because of some due diligence. You got to be thorough. Don't they know who they're dealing with? Like, the questions I would like to ask a lot of trustees is, okay, like when we go to arbitration and I ask the questions, do you have this person information? All right, you have everything. You have their date of birth. Well, now let's back up. You'll have their name of their business and you'll have a phone number, but you won't have their EIN number. You won't have a fiduciary that you've been dealing with constantly that you can. All right, don't they ask you questions like your name, date, social security? You need to have their public hazard bond. If you are doing arbitration and you're in a case where you're going after a company, all right, that's the company. But guess what? The company's going to separate itself from the individual. The company's going to say, well, you know what? We as the company, we're not bad. We just got a couple of bad actors. So who was the bad actor that caused you damage? Let's put him over because that's what they do. But when you don't have that information, when we perfect our claim with TSI, we're going after the entire group. And because they know they've done some stuff underhanded and wrong, they don't really argue with us. They know somebody on the team effed up. But I always get these letters after we done took them down through there, like, can you just point out who was the one that messed up? Do you have their name? Do you have their social? You know, they ask me that as a creditor because they're trying to what? Get back. They're trying to get their books back right. Why am I saying all this? Because I'm trying to point you to something. It's an old saying, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. When you do your UCCs, you need to have all of the information, a complete file to make it that much more thorough. Let me explain this to you. I just participated in a hearing today with a client, and because she stayed due diligent in all the things that's there, the state wants to jump in, and she doesn't want to stay in her business. She's like, I can handle my business. I'm a competent trustee. I just need the state to know that if some sparks go to flying, where to pick the body up at. Because it's finna be some bodies in a minute, because y'all playing with my estate, my money, my children, and everything else. And I done put you guys all on notice. Now, it's all right, you know, and I had to remind her because she did well, you know, but you know, sometimes you have to hold everybody's hand. The fiduciaries, like the judges, they're gonna test you. And for all my Moorish queens out here, I want you to really key in on what I'm about to say. Whenever we're dealing with the courts and it's domestic, they have been trained to take the emotional role to disarm you. They do not like it when you're just as educated as they are. So you have to use that flamboyancy or that arrogance to your favor. So you may have to stroke a certain ego to get a certain result. Now, I'm going to illustrate what I'm saying. I had no idea who was going to be the administrator as of today, but I gave the student 2 roles. If it's a male, use this energy. If it's a female, use this energy. Here's what has to happen. They got to make the show look good. So they're looking for a way to keep up the appearance that they are God Almighty and we're just mere mortals, when it's the opposite. So, stick to your guns, stick to the facts. The thing that you know the most, the thing that you can rely on your very fiber for, that's your foundation. Don't worry about saying it how I say it, because it's going to have more of an effect when it's real, when it's original, when it's you, because people can pick up on that. So, what had happened was the courts had stepped in the doo-doo because they don't have any jurisdiction. All we were doing was basically putting the courts on notice of what's already been settled in arbitration. Well, they go through their whole spiel and smeal about the courts this, the courts that, and I just constantly just stood there and just like, okay, all of those things are offers. There's nothing of real substance. They're not saying anything under penalty of perjury. Now, here's where the tests come in. As a melanated queen doing a hearing, now, because you're on the computer, you know how people can hide behind profiles like trolls? They can come to your page and say all kind of derogatory stuff about your mom, your dad, your kids, your husband, or whatever the case may be, and they're hiding behind these profiles. They real tough because you can't reach through the screen and strangle them. So please understand that if they're trying to intimidate you, they're going to hide behind, they're going to be Facebook gangsters, they're going to do that. So be prepared. Now, it started out with you listening, but not what you're listening for is, are they trampling over my rights? Because I have rights, not because the state gave them to me, because I brought these into, so I'm not finna let nothing in this artificial matrix trample over what I brought. My remedy is in the private. I already told you it's in the private. You are the ones that invited me to the party, and I'm simply here to put you on notice. That's how the conversation started. So, to the fiduciary surprise, this ain't just an average Joe Schmo that's just going to go away quietly. They started out very meek and very meager, but they were very assertive in what they're there to do, put you on notice. So they had to go in about the fact that they have a special form that this information is supposed to go on. So it's kind of like this. It's like, let's say you're supposed to see, you work all week, 70 hours, you slaved in a warehouse, and you worked, and you turned in your timesheet. But here's what happened. Usually Bob takes the timesheets and drops them off in the red mailbox on Thursday. But Bob got sick, so Jim came in and he put them in the blue mailbox. Now, the person who gets the one out of one mailbox or the other is the same person that gets them out of both mailboxes. But because it wasn't placed in the right mailbox, well, guess what? Bob's paycheck was held up. Not because of anything other than somebody didn't want to just simply look at the mailbox and hand it to the other person. So it's kind of one of those situations. See, in this digital matrix, they can play little games with you like, well, you didn't stand on one foot and say, Mother, may I? So I'm going to make you wait 30 more days for your tax return, or we're going to do this and we're going to do that. They can do that in this digital space because you're using their shit. Pardon my language. That's their party. You know, that's what they do. I've heard all kind of excuses when it comes to stuff with COVID. And I was like, y'all got to pay attention now. Why don't you use the same excuses they use? You know, like they can use COVID for everything. You can't use COVID when you got COVID. Think about that while you ponder on the fact that, okay, once this fiduciary realized that this person wasn't going to go away, now they got to pull their glasses on the tip of their nose and raise their voice, you know, because, you know, this is a melanated queen and, you know, they know, you know, we can be, you know, our queens can be easily, you know, I ain't say rattled. They know that, you know, you ruffle one, you know, you can about to deal. They want this honor. That's what they want. Even if they're wrong, if they're dead wrong, but you're in this honor, it matters not. So they got to provoke you into this honor. And then after they get into the whole height of this, that, and the other, you remember before we went into the hearing, they got to get out of it because they don't have any jurisdiction. So they use the fact that you're not cooperating. Now watch this. It was all good just a week ago, but the student used this famous phrase. So, Your Honor, am I clear that you're making a judicial determination that I do not have the ability to do these things outside of a state jurisdiction? And you would have thought you killed that judge's mother. This woman turned redder than a beet. She immediately this woman recouped herself from the case and said that she'll have a third party figure finish out the finances. And that's how it ended. The key point is, these folks are going to test you. And if you don't have the accounting down pat, you're probably going to end up in somewhere. You could have done better. I'm not saying you're going to fail your test. You could have done a whole lot better if you got the accounting down. Because that's the part they don't want to talk about. They want to tell you what the accounting is when you're the creditor. So keep listening, keep understanding, because this is going to really go kind of fast. But I want to prep the stage for some questions, because maybe, just maybe, something I just said may spark someone to ask some questions pertaining to what we're going over. So let's go to the lines. Let's see who we got. Do we got any questions pertaining to any of the stuff that we're going over at this particular point? Any questions? The lines have been unmuted. Any questions? Everybody's pretty clear. Okay. Wow. All right. I did a pretty good job then. All right. Since there's okay.
For me,
Mm-hmm.
I have some questions, but I need to hear more. I kind of need to hear more of what's going on, because you're explaining very well, so keep going.
Okay. All right. So, with that being said, what we want everybody to remember is that the way this system operates is that if you do the accounting, they may start out yelling and seeming like they're finna go off the rail and not give you the remedy, but at the last minute, they're going to scream red rock and they're going to tap out. But they're not going to tap out where everybody can see it. They're going to make it look good. Here's the danger in what I'm saying. So many people right now don't even understand the role of the IRS. The minute they make the announcement that the IRS is not running the show, they're going to clap. They'll say, well, if you don't want to be regulated by no, watch how it's going to go. If you don't want to be regulated by the IRS, then you need to deal with the fiat cryptocurrency. Now, I want you to think about that. If somebody said you'll never have to worry about the IRS, well, I ain't going to say never, because never say never. I'm going to say what they would say. If you presently owe the IRS, call this toll-free number, enroll into this new crypto program, and you will have to worry about paying the IRS, those exorbitant taxes. Now, that pitch will probably wrote half the clients that owe the IRS anything. They'll immediately call that number just to at least figure out what's the skinny in it. Here's the danger in that. Most individuals who are calling and they owe the IRS, most of those don't really owe the IRS. They just volunteered. They contracted themselves into owing the IRS. So all the IRS is going to do is say, well, we're going to just transfer this. It's like a quick claim. I'm going to keep using this quick claim because everybody, when I say quick claim, they get that. They don't have to guess on, oh, I get it. They understand quick claiming. All right, so it's like a quick claim. They're going to literally quick claim that interest into another program that you're going to consent to under the penalty of perjury. Now, you're going to be the only one signing the contract. You ain't going to see none of these fools sign none of the other stuff. You're going to be the only one signing. And again, you're going to remember that, dang, me not reading is the reason how I got into this mess. Now, here we go again. And they're going to be like, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. You can read that later. Like, first of all, anything that you agree to do, you got 72 hours where you can refrain from it. Do you think that if you make a transaction with crypto and in 72 hours you think, you don't want to do it, who actually has ever had to get their money out of crypto and found out the hard way that it's easy putting it in, a little more difficult getting it out? Anybody have that experience where they kind of went through something with crypto where, you didn't know that's how it worked? Like, I've had certain clients that say, well, I dealt with the crypto, I needed to do this, and something, and now here we go. Can you arbitrate this case for me? Who has actually had an experience with crypto? And I'm not saying a bad experience. I'm just saying an experience where when you signed up for it, it was one thing, and when you needed to do something, it was something different. Do we have anybody in this class that has ever gone through something like that? Anyone? You're scared. He's scared of crypto. All right, so we don't have no one that ever put anything into crypto and had difficulty getting it out. Just to speak on that experience, it's the fine print that gets most in trouble because they put in the fine print, look, when you give it to us, this is what happens. Now, that's not how the guy who was marketing this stuff to you was talking about. That's on the paperwork. I don't want them to cut off the line, so I'm not going to say what they do with car loans. I'm going to say car loans kind of look like this. If you got your sales agreement and you didn't read it, and if you have been in this class for more than 6 months, I'm going to say it this way. This will get everybody doing their own homework. Whatever the value of that car is, that's How can I say it? Because I don't want everybody to get in trouble. All right. If you purchase a vehicle in the last 3 years, now when I say purchase, let's say you finance, hint, hint. If you financed a car, a truck, a boat, a home. Yeah, that's going to get them in trouble, but that's okay. A home in the last 3 years. The value of that car, boat, or home is unretained revenue. If you financed a home and it was a $500,000 home that you financed, when you do the amortization table on how much you would have paid back, that difference is unearned revenue. If it's a house, you're dealing with, who knows what PMI is? Anybody know what PMI is when it comes to mortgages? Say that again. I couldn't hardly hear you. Insurance. Okay. Well, I guess it will work with homes. It will work with cars. All right. Anything that has insurance. Well, I know what homes and cars. All right. If you got PMI with a home, and if you got full coverage or whatever type of coverage you got with a vehicle, that too is unearned revenue. Light bulb ain't went off yet. Let's go a little further. How many of you guys got life insurance?
So can you repeat what you said about the amortized amount and the difference? Can you repeat what you said again?
Okay, so let's say you take the difference between, because see, remember, they're going to have the sales price of the home, and then they're going to have what you actually would have paid back in your 30 years or so forth. So it's a big difference between what they said and what you agreed to. Right. So that difference is unearned revenue. Now, let's say trustees, notaries, just happen to have some insurance lying around. Not saying lying around, but I guess it's lying around. I mean, it is life insurance, and if you're in this class, it's lying around. I mean, you get where I'm going with this. So if you got a life insurance policy and you still kicking high and taking names, that's unearned revenue. I'm trying to give you the aha moment.
You're saying for us.
Yeah, someone might need to mute the line. I'm getting a lot of feedback. I couldn't hear Victoria's question. Can I get everybody to mute their line so I can hear Victoria's question? Let me try. I'll manually do it. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, Victoria, could you repeat your question?
So I know that the obvious to me, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything, is that unearned revenue is obviously it goes in our accounting.
Mm-hmm.
CTR report.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess tax return.
Yes, that's right. You can say it. It's an allowance for credit losses. It's an allowance. The difference, any unearned revenue is an allowance for credit losses. See, the system isn't really bad. It's just we are bad at accounting. we don't do. So the system is like, well, we're going to do something new now. So that's why when you heard the robo reader go into what's about to happen with the IRS, that's kind of the staple. Now this recording was done pre-COVID. Like before they needed COVID or a pandemic of COVID's magnitude to fully implement under Janet Yellen, because see, the previous secretary, Stephen Mnuchin, was told to do this, but Stephen was like, no, I'm not going to do this until we here's what we figured out. And when I say we as a collective, they came to implement HR 5404. Mission accomplished. It's done. And when COVID came in, we totally have forgotten what the wall and HR 5404 was really about. Now you got Biden, who has not done a State of the Union address since he's been president. But remember, like I told everybody, I got a T-shirt and I'm wearing it right now. Remember, you voted for this fool. This is what you get. This is what you remember. You signed up for it. So all you Biden supporters, don't get quiet on me now. Man up. Because this is what you signed up for. You know. So the unearned revenue, why do you think there have been all of these breaches, insecurities, and this, that, and the other? And, you know, it's because they have to now justify, because they shut down not just the United States economy, but the world economy, because working for a manufacturer and them taking care of you for the next 40 years, that model is gone. Even though we still tell our children to go to school and get a good job, that model is gone. But they're not going to get outside and pick them grapes and pick that cotton and cut grass. They're not going to do that either. There's plenty of people that'll do that. Look, if they can get 800,000 workers in government to work for free, again, those that rely heavily upon the system are convinced that they make more by staying home. Because they go back into the workforce, they're going to be penalized. Now, when they're ready for them to come in, they're going to do all these jobs. There's plenty of work to do now. So you can treat it as an allowance for credit losses. If you have not anything that you have obligated yourself to, I'm kind of saying it where you can pick up, because it's really like cutting edge. It's really a niche. All right, you're thinking that this doesn't benefit me. This is what benefits them. No, who's the creditor there? Is the mortgage company the creditor, or are you the creditor? Okay, so it's unearned revenue to you, creditor.
Right. So you're saying when I file it, or when I go to claim it in my accounting, then I turn around and file it, then I'll see the result. But here's the thing: I'm not going to be able to see the result from that until I file it.
Remember, creditor, you collect taxes. Like you have, until you are doing a tax return as a creditor, you're kind of like, yeah, what does that look like? It looks like this. How long does it take for the IRS to put a lien and levy on your shit? Pardon my language. How long does that take?
2 seconds.
Okay. All right. Now, when they got that lien and levy, is the IRS, now watch this. They leaning and levying your stuff, because they're using that on their books, because they're leveraging it with, they're taking your lien and levy, they put it into security, and they're selling it across seas on the Bloomberg exchange. Ooh, did I say that out loud? I'm going to say this again. If that's where you should take, there you go, right, because on the Bloomberg screen, they got a section for OID. See, you thinking the OIDs are just done with the IRS. They're done on the Security and Exchange. Right there on the terminal.
Gotcha.
Now, if you're, go ahead. You got to be in the you got to be in the right position, right? That's why they have to wait 36 months, because it's really you. You ain't doing it. You're waiting on the IRS. The IRS is the back door. You got to go through the front door if you're the fiduciary. These are securities. This is why they got the subscriptions at $25 on up. You got to spend at least $2,000-$3,000 a month just to get access to it. That's the starting package. You know, they know what they're doing. It's only going to be a certain group that's going to be, looking at that per month. I'm going to kind of say something I've been waiting to say. That's why I want to have this class. If you are in a group of notaries with this intel, this is just me. I'm not a notary, so I'm going to say this. And when I say I'm not a notary, I'm not a public notary. If I was, I will find a few of my notary friends and I would say, look at here. We need to write up. We need to, how like everything else. All right, let's go here. Those of you that are in the accelerated class, since you've been getting your subscriptions to the Wall Street Journal, have you been looking at the public notices and the legal notices in those publications? Like if you look at the Investor Business Daily or the Wall Street Journal and then look at the classifieds, the legal notices, they have all different types of postings. So if you were to make this type of discovery and you get together with a few of your notary friends, you could easily put together a legal notice in the Wall Street Journal and get you a potential buyer on your paper and discount it. Now watch this. Those that get it off of the Wall Street Journal will then break it down into smaller pieces and solicit it in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Or what's the other popular one everybody uses? Craigslist. They get it off of Wall Street and stuff like that, and then they repetition it into because that's a different market. How many guys actually heard of market makers? You ever heard of market makers? No one on this call ever heard of? Okay. Market makers it's a group of individuals in this Bloomberg space that create markets. So if you got a security, they create a market for it. I think someone is working on a portfolio where they need to get like a transmittal letter and get the maturity date. See, they get all that information so they can take it to the market makers. And you only know of these things when you're in a certain space, notaries. And you're in, like, your name is on the chair. Like, you got a chair in the room. You just didn't know you didn't know the room existed. So they've been holding a meeting the whole while. Since you became a notary, you got a place at the table. You just didn't know it. Just like with the Chamber of Commerce and everything else. They do these things periodically on a regular basis. Just like we hold Zoom meetings and we're doing all these phone calls. They're doing the same thing. They're just doing it in the private. Same thing. Like, I actually snuck I said I snuck and did it. I did. I took a private family office meeting and I aired it. First it was a mistake. Then I got requests, so I kind of left it in rotation. How many of you guys actually heard that family office broadcast? It was on last week. Maybe it's on now for 2 weeks now on 365. Have any of you guys heard it? Y'all didn't catch it? Well, you're in for a treat because I'll put it back in the rotation tonight. But they're going to tell you. You remember I told you there's a race to $250 million? They're going to literally start out with, they can't tell you the family name. So when they go down the roll call, they're going to, hit the censor button so you don't hear the name, like the censor button, the beep when you're making cuss words, they're going to do that. So you're not going to know who the family are talking about, but they're going to go into the goodies. And I want you to listen to the goodies because this is how they do it. The market makers, their job is to keep folks in the public and the folks in the private. That's what they do. So they're going to manage those funds, and they have $250 million portfolios or better. So anything that's under $250 million, they'll work with it, but that's like small money to them. That's like, it's not enough. Too much risk. They got a whole nother plan. If you're not in a $250 million lane, they got a whole other program for you. Like, they're going to bring somebody in just to pay you and get you out of the way. Because, to them, you're in the way. And it's very interesting, notaries, that your niche is this. Let me say it this way. Okay. There is a space between the $250 million, because that's like entry level in the private in the family office space. So your niche is getting potential family offices to that $250 million mark. And it sounds hard until you realize all the heavy lifting has already been done for you with this what do we call it? What's the chart of account? What is it called? Unearned revenue. Like, you got a company that's potentially facing bankruptcy, but they got a lot of unearned revenue that you can leverage. So you need them, I'm going to use the word quick claim again, you need them to quick claim that to you for you to use it as assets under management, and then you can use that leverage to get some things done. Like pay a few bills, buy a couple of things that you need as a fiduciary, because you can't be out there half-stepping when you're managing $250 million in assets. Did I say that too fast?
No, I think I'm confused on how does that turn into liquidity because here's the thing is, so when you say unearned, okay, so you're saying it's unearned
revenue. Right.
Okay. So you're saying with the unearned revenue, quick claim it, package it up, and sell it at a discount. And that's how you get the liquidity.
Like, you got to really follow what I'm saying. That's not the only way to get liquidity, but that is like one of the fastest ways because You're thinking an OID's got to come from the IRS for it to be liquid, and the minute you put it on paper, it's liquid because there's a whole security proponent for it. See, it goes in Bloomberg as an OID and comes out as an MTN or a CD or some other security. Follow me if you will. Unearned revenue on an OID in Bloomberg, if you do enough of them, is a private placement platform with tangibles. You know what standby letters of credit are? How many of you guys actually heard of a standby letter of credit if you ever dealt with a platform or heard of folks talking about platform? Anyone else has a clue on how standby letters of credit operate?
It sounds similar to the unearned income. I'm not sure how it, our unearned revenue. I guess it's similar to like a offer letter.
It's what it is. Whenever you got a security in the banking environment where it's bankable, the bank will issue a line of credit to the fiduciary, and that's called a standby letter of credit. So they will say, yes, we like the security, and once it's put here and here, we will issue this credit to there. In other words, this is like your proof of funds letter. This is like what everybody in that environment is like. You know, you got to have proof of funds in one aspect. So think about the standby letter of credit is like proof of funds. Now, when you got proof of funds and it's tangible, you know, everybody that wants to will and deal will will and deal. Do you know what that actually is in our space, notaries? Because it is your space, notaries. It's your space because you're a commercial register. Here's what most people in that space don't realize, that you come, here's your niche for whoever needed a niche. That's a UCC 5. That's all it is. See, if you do a UCC 1, a UCC 2, and a UCC 3, and you manage to take that security and get into a Bloomberg space, you're ready for a UCC 5. That's where the standby letter of credit come from. Now, if you want to actually turn the standby letter of credit to capital, you use a UCC 11. That's where the liquidity comes from. Notaries. Only notaries can do this now. Why? Because notaries are the ones that sign those signature medallion guarantees, remember? I hope I ain't going too fast.
Chill shot.
Yeah. So keep listening, because if you listen long enough, you definitely will learn something. Keep listening. Bear with me because I got to cue all of the other servers back in. Keep listening.
All participants are muted.
Keep listening.
Slightly different, but they're both about care bars, and it's care bars for wealth, and the care bars for wealth. Number 4, they have some programs that will accelerate people that want to make this something business will be care number 4. But general information and videos about care bars and about gold are carrot bars, FOR. So the CARE-FOR site with the videos that explain about, the history and how those things have changed. And if you have business, then numbers are cantors and zip codes and who better know. So that's one of the companies. One guy that just set going after businesses with CARE centers so they can start accepting those. So it's a wonderful thing. We have to educate people properly, and the ones that catch hold, and they're going to be supporting other ones. I just pray that people wake up and turn on television and start realizing, and not let fear keep them asleep, because I think that a lot of times people know there's something wrong, but they're so fearful that they decide not to act. And that's the most dangerous thing that you can do for your family.
I want to talk about the fear, which I call false evidence appearing real. And what happened to me, because I can sympathize with you saying when you come out a slammer, and I try to get jobs, and this is my first, I hadn't worked in a long time. Most of my life I've always worked for myself. But I tried to get a job, and it was incredible. They got some type of secret network in place that now, if they can put this label on you as convicted felon, now they got a good excuse not to hire you. Okay, they don't have to hire you. Some people, some situations where, I actually could take a company and support higher than anyone and call me in and want to visit you and first ask my employment. They said, what does this have in your employment? And they taught me, just be truthful when you go on interviews and everything. So, I was involved. As soon as I said, well, I'm sorry, sir, our insurance won't allow us to hire anybody. Thank you. Have a nice day. There's a So after that happened a couple of times, I just said, you know what? I'm going to burn the bridge to jobs. I'm just going to burn it, especially the temporary agents. I want you temporary agents. I don't. And he had a sign on the door that if you've ever been convicted of a felony, do not even waste your time applying. That is exactly.
Wow. What does that drive people back into people that were doing something illegal, drive them back into doing whatever they were doing? I did not even go out there. I mean, when the economy crashed in 2008, remember, October 29, 2008, the stock market down 707.68 points for one day, and a lot of people woke up. A lot of people lost half of their savings. And like I said, a lot of people got their head out of the sand learning what really goes on and who's really in control of this country. Since then, there's so many people that are out of work. I know of bankers that had to go to work at day centers. So I know that, although I'm qualified, there are so many other people out there that are just as qualified and don't have a record. So I decided, like you said, I'm not going to go out there and try to definitely hire it. And even though it was a midterm, it's a risk. It'll be another reason for not to hire me. So, my thought pattern was go ahead. I am working part-time, and go ahead and build your businesses. And at some point or another, I can have a job if I want to keep the job, or what you do. Or I can have your businesses. And I can move. If I'm to Africa tomorrow, I'll be able to offer both of these businesses with a good cell phone, a good internet connection, and a laptop.
And that's how I have my thing set up. I can go anywhere in the world and operate, and that's what people have to do. They have to take advantage of it. But I want to expound a little bit, too, just while our listeners out there who may be doubting that they get run their own business, or, things may look bleak, or you don't know what to do. When I have my situation, I didn't have any underwear. Everything was taken away. I had a friend actually picked me up on the bus station. They had shipped me up to West Virginia and so let the kick out from up there, and I caught a bus. Took 4 hours on the bus back to Georgia, and I got off the bus. A friend, I didn't have any time to say. I had nothing. And but what I did was I became an expert in something. I said, well, I'm going this far. I said, I chose real estate at that time. This is like in 2000, and started studying real estate. That's all I did every damn day. I would just read about real estate. And I used to walk around the neighborhoods and write down the addresses of vacant homes. I'd write down, and that's all I did do every day. It was like exercise for me on one hand, and that's on the next. It was like all these addresses. And then what I would do is go to the tax assessor's office and find out who the owner was. And then I would at this other website, I go and try to track down their phone number and call them. And then I went to Home Depot and I studied how much everything costs, bathroom equipment, heating, HVAC, all this stuff, roof, foundation, everything. And I learned how much everything costs. And I learned how to negotiate also, did a whole step of negotiation. Take long story short, I made, in 30 days out, I made $5,000, and I think it was $35 on food home. And I never looked back. I took off after that, and that was when I made that decision. And there's something in the power of making a decision. Because after that man had on that door that if you're ever victim of a felony, do not waste your time applying, I told him it was confidence to say, man, you can be ashamed of yourself, put something like this on yourself. But at that point, he was a brother. It's a brother. So I said, at that point, I just made a decision in my mind. I said, look, I'm going to burn that bridge. I don't care what happens. I ain't even thinking about getting a job. I didn't think about it. And from that point, there's something in the universe that happens where it's like bringing things to you. And say, okay, he made the decision. Good. Let's start giving him things. And he's coming to you. You made a faith and things will happen. It'll just come to you. You have to know that there's some power out there that beyond your understanding and wisdom and all this, that it's going to provide for you no matter what. And when you work for yourself, you get, I think, a relationship with that power better than you do when you work a job. That's my opinion.
Right.
On that.
But you see a lot of people make decisions in their lives that they're going to do something, and there was a catalyst that signed for you, and that drove you forward. And I thought this was, the realization that changing the rules, and better how much we know about the law says, it's not the intent to serve the people. So my catalyst, make sure that my family is taken care of. I'm going to start my business. I'm going to have multiple streams of revenue in, and I'm going to educate people. I take joy in educating people, ones that really want to know. The information is not out there for them because they don't want you to know. So it's up to us, like educating and concerning what they can decide to sit and have a 9 to 5 or a lot of people these days are laid off. If they're at home, yeah, you can spend hours a day looking for a job if you want. That's fine. But when you're sitting at home, turn on those spots and watch all those legal commercials and see if you get somebody hit that so you can use the legal system lottery. But don't sit at home and waste time and get into a depression. There are things out there that you can do, and it's exciting. So I urge people to start looking into something to do at home.
Okay, somebody's asking in the chat for your Care Bar ID and all that information. I guess you have that on your website, or do you have an ID? Somebody says, what's your sponsor's detail, your ID? Get that information. I do these shows to help people and connect people because we got to do some stuff ourselves. I understand this. So I have this venue so we can all do for each other and help each other. So give out your information and what you're doing and put it out there. Let me get the next idea. You can gold. I know that is, like you just said, that's the currency that's been used for the last 6,000 years, where everything's headed, people stuff. And get up off the couch and understand that there's change coming. Maybe they'll be ready for it. They can be in trouble. Go ahead and get information.
My Care Bar is wealthy, and when they go to the website, they'll see the green rectangle that says register. So all they have to do is register within that website. That I believe is on. It definitely is at Care Bar FOR Wealth. They go into Care Bar's FR Wealth. They will see that they're under wealth. The other business, and I only have 2 of them are well, is opening people business. That website is complicated, but what we do is we have a curriculum and one-on-one consulting. I sit with people. Somebody in England, we do that Skype. I teach people from A to Z how to start their own businesses. That site is wisdom, the letter N, riches.com. Wisdom is wisdom, the letter N, then wisdom.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to announce that we are offering training and notary classes for all interested parties, Monday through Friday, For more details, please feel free to reach out to us at 904-490-0297. Again, that number is 904-490-0297. We can be reached at the time of 9 to 5 on Monday through Friday, and you can also reach us 12 to 4 on Saturdays. If you can't reach us there on the line, please feel free to drop us an email at B as in boy, I as in David, I as in indigo, as in indigo, L as in Larry, B as in boy, as in Edward, Y as in young, at gmail.com. Again, the email is BIDZIILBEY@gmail.com. If you're interested in getting your affairs in order, you start by getting your mind right. Peace and love.
Creditors in Commerce from session, here and after session, is the private exchange of ideas and concepts between the providers and the recipients. The content is not meant as legal advice. The use or attempted use of any idea or procedure discussed in this session as applied to the recipient's own personal transactions, cases, or controversy, or applied to other cases, may or may not result in a favorable outcome or the same outcome as discussed in this session. Each transaction, case, or controversy may differ as a result of unique actions or unique statements made by the parties therein, and each different act or statement in any transaction affects or may affect whether any procedure or idea discussed in this session is relevant to your transaction or the outcome thereof will be depicted as in this session. The discussion of ideas or procedures in this session is not exhaustive of the subject being discussed. Many ideas and concepts that can affect the outcome of any legal or commercial procedure are not discussed in this session, and the fact that you may not be aware of these issues may have an adverse effect on the outcome of your procedure. It is the responsibility of each party to understand his own transactions and to apply the appropriate and complete concepts necessary for a procedural substantive remedy thereto. This session may be redistributed privately by any recipient to another recipient requesting them, conditioned upon the fact that this notice is provided therewith. If you have any questions, you may contact Brandon by email at harmony@creditorsincommerce.com or by telephone at 702-866-9077.
All right. I know that a lot of people are really anxious to get going on 1099 OID kind of stuff, and so what we're going to talk about today is money, how it's created and how it moves through the banks, and understand how money you'll understand it exactly when HCS gives you nothing some other this information here, and it seems to be construction. There's a root of that because doing it wrong. Okay? So I'll first start with a little credit exercise. Anyone just want to create a short little list. What is wrong with the world? Anyone got any bets to put on the wrongs? Nothing will be the background, and let this thing be the background. What? Correct. Money debt.
Choosing unconsciousness.
Unconscious? Hold on. Well, I'm going to read the list. I forgot the microphone's on right now. All right, so far we got need debt, unconsciousness, conflict. Priorities? Priorities, another way of saying it. How about, actually, I wonder if debt/debtor handles that. Is it being a victim, refusing responsibility? Is that kind of what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, anything else? That's right with the world. Liberty with the world. Instead of that's the opposite. Alrighty. So we get war, corruption, debtors, conflict, and spirits. The common say that war is right. Okay. We say corruption is wrong in the world. Okay. How about money? Debt and conflict. Okay. And slavery. Okay. Who Alrighty. So those of you who think war is warring around, those who think corruption is in the world, that's a problem. They have those feelings about you. Money, that's like an person. There's not enough. I would say around yourself. Debt, that's probably what creates commerce. You can't have it without your creditors. Debt. So that's you're not being not just somebody and conflict. I'm sure when you have their heart. And move on. Anybody disagree with the charge? For creditors? No? You said you accept and you pay. So I just wanted to just let you know there's actually nothing in the world. Everything's wrong with on inside. Good news, leave it around you into money. Actually, like I said, everyone here has an email address. I'll have Slack in mode, and with the text down. I mean, if you wish to know where I'm getting this information, the information is coming from Federal Reserve. I'll make it present to you. It's not scientific, or it may or not. This is forces off. The document will discuss this topic is money mechanics. It's put out by the Chicago or the Federal Bank of Chicago. There's an affidavit on there by F. Todd, and he was just a witness on money for the Federal Reserve. And there's text Title 26 of the Internal Revenue Code, 1271 through 75, which were originally issued and originally issued discount. And then there's the instruction sheets for the OID from the IRS. There's location 12 in the IRS is on ID, and there's also sample forms in there. If you have an idea what the full clerk would be dealing with, you choose to deal with documents. There's an example 1099A, example 1099 D. When I'm referencing and talk about the document with what, just say copy A, talking about the red symbol copy, that goes to the registry. Well, this. Then the next copy is copy E for recipient. And that is the copy that goes to the recipient. And copy C, which is the payer. And then same with the 1099 form. You must get the form from the IRS. If they go through special scan, it needs to read this in a special way. 1099A, copy A, 1099A, copy B, 1099A, copy D. Now, one is under and this one under and borrow. And I don't know if we'll actually be doing it 1099A stuff today, but again, we can. Oh, yeah. Question on like
why are those being used at like volume items?
Yeah, all 1099, whether they're 1099 NFTs, even on your W's, when you're in your W-2s, they're on a red sheet like this. It's the IRS takes them into the computer. That's how they get into and then you take more basically and state your 1040 and do whatever you're going to do with it. 1096 is a transmittal form, where you send 9As or 10.9 IDs. The IRS can send one of these. This is the transmittal form. Okay. Let's do money. All right. Does anybody know how he is did? Signatures. That's great.
All right, all right. All right, all right. Okay. Okay, y'all can hear me now. Good deal, good deal. Good deal. All right. Why do you guys think that Brandon just made mention of a transmittal form dealing with OIDs? How many of you guys think you have an idea on why Brandon recommended that you use a transmittal form for the OIDs? Let me open the line and see who's paying attention.
All participants are unmuted.
Okay, family. Who want to take a stab at why do you think Brandon is recommended that you use transmittal forms for the OIDs? Any idea?
They're required.
They're required. The transmitter forms is required. What is the transmitter form? I know I'm talking to Empress. She should know this one. What is the transmitter form, Empress? Form 1090. There you go. Form 1096. See, that Form 1096 is the equivalent of like a transmittal letter. You just gotta, literally, you gotta take the transmittal information off of that form and basically put it in a written format. That's your transmittal letter right there. Or at least that's one version of it. So I told you, if you listen to this class, you're going to get pretty much all your questions answered on how do I do this? What does it look like? It already has a look. It's like how you're packaging it. I said that in a way to maybe spark you to ask some questions. So who got any questions? Mm-hmm.
Whatever collection, I guess.
Word for the day, unearned revenue. Okay. That's the word for the day. Unearned revenue. That's what it is. So literally it allowed. Go ahead.
So, okay, when you're saying unearned revenue, so you're speaking of what is it called in accounting on the general ledger? That's what are those accounts called? I can never get
chart of accounts.
Chart of accounts.
Right.
So that's a particular
right
chart, like general intangible.
Correct.
So what's the difference between general intangibles and what is it? What's the other one?
All right. Here's what, so you don't get confused with chart of accounts. There are over 300 chart of accounts, and they can all match with the other chart of accounts. You just got to know what you're calling it to move it. For example, if I book an asset as a general intangible, I can use it on the other side of the ledger as an allowance for doubtful accounts. Then I can take that allowance for doubtful accounts and call it an allowance for credit losses. And then I can also bring it back as unearned revenue. See how I did that? General intangibles, allowance for doubtful accounts, allowance for credit losses, unearned revenue.
Unearned revenue.
Correct.
Okay. So what you're doing in that scenario is you're moving it from one side of the equal sign to the other.
One side, and as you move it from one side to the other, you're supposed to benefit the whole trip. Another man's trash is another man's treasure. Somebody on the debit side need a credit. Somebody on the credit side need a debit.
So no matter which way I'm moving it, I'm winning.
Right. That's why I'm on top. I'm on your neck about this accounting. I'm not gonna let up. So they have systems in place to capture the accounting. The Holy Trinity is Bloomberg, LexisNexis, and EDI.
Can you explain what EDI is? How we want to get those accounts? Because I looked it up. I'm saying it's like a digital something other.
Mm-hmm.
But how do I wind up with that account?
If you deal with consumer goods, you sell consumer goods, you can get an EDI account. Do you got to produce consumer goods or know somebody who does, or at least be the asset manager of it. Ooh, did I say that out loud? Okay. Who else has any questions?
So I kind of wanted you to expand a little more when you were talking about Craigslist or the classifieds, and kind of explain. I need like the for dummies explanation.
Okay.
Using the unearned revenue.
All right. So for all those things considered, to keep everybody safe, we're going to call those opportunities leverage buyout opportunities, or LBOs. All right. So once you've done your dance, you're now ready to exercise LBOs. Now, on the Wall Street Journal, they have legal notices. And that's when they have created such an opportunity like what we're talking about, these LBOs, and they're looking for potential financiers. So they will package them into a security that they're going to call it. Now, they're not going to call it judgments off of TSI or MTNs. They're going to call it whatever they need to call it because there's a market. These market makers want certain securities. Like I just recently posted on Bittrex Trusty Opportunities, which there's a website that we use, and I'll just, for proprietary reasons, we have a website where these people post what they want. And so what we do is based upon what they want, we go create the securities that they need. And one of the places you'll take those securities that they need is a place like the Wall Street Journal. Why? The Wall Street Journal is marketed to a certain class and type of individual. Like, who would be a subscriber of the Wall Street Journal? Would Pookie and Ray Ray, who's selling weed down the street, be, would they have a subscription with the Wall Street Journal? Probably not, right? But let's say the landlord who owns the apartment that Pookie and Ray Ray lives in, he might be a subscriber to the Wall Street Journal. So they have a market. And since you are dealing with the market makers, it's kind of a circle or a community that they deal with. So when you strike your deal, quote unquote, on the Wall Street Journal side of town, then you can break it down and deal with, not saying Pookie and Ray Ray, but maybe the folks they're buying their product from. They'll be on the Craigslist.
So what you're saying is take those, so go and foster those deals, create the deal, bring it to a more
secondary market.
And shop it in that area, like on Craigslist or in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution.
Or LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a good one. LinkedIn is great. Go to LinkedIn.
And so at that point, we're selling those at a discount.
Correct.
So now you're saying we can take that's how we would leverage the TSI transmittal bond.
That's one of the ways. That's one of the ways. Yeah, that's one of the ways. There's a whole gambit of what I just said. I just made it sound simple. It's literally the TSI, the transmittal bond. The bonds are for the institutions. So that's what I'm saying. It's like it's the guy that is trying to get. Remember, it's a race to 250 mil. So it's the guy that's on his way to 250 mil. He needs those securities packaged, already classified with the accounting. Like how we moved the general intangibles to the allowance for doubtful accounts, and then the allowance for doubtful accounts to allowance for credit losses, and when it go from credit losses, allowance for credit losses to unearned revenue. When it's in unearned revenue and you can transfer that, hey, he can use it now because it's unearned revenue. It's leverageable. It's bankable. It's marketable. It's in that secondary space where now he can go and round up his individuals and do a UCC 5, and hopefully he can run into somebody who knows how to do a UCC 11. But of course, that somebody is a notary. So, all things considered, it's one big happy family.
So we're literally the packaging and kind of the
Right.
seal on the deal.
Right. You're the commercial registry. You are the FICO score. See, everyone else that deals with you got to have a FICO score, and you are the FICO score.
So when you say we are the FICO score, you're saying we're also reporting to LexisNexis.
Right. Like if you are the FICO score, FICO is the Fair Isaac Credit something or other. You know, they're a private organization that reports credit, and they're not the only one. It's just the one that everybody talks about. Let me say it this way. Do you think if Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax are the only three, couldn't they stand some competition? Okay, I'm just saying. I'm trying to give you a niche without, I'm like, don't you see that there is a need for an agency to be able to do hedging accounting? Ooh, did I say that out loud? There isn't nobody doing hedging accounting on that level. I know of.
So hedging accounting, you're saying CECL accounting.
Put it all together like we just talked about. You're the one-stop shop. And they can't do the deal without you. So, hey, name your price. I'll go here. Like, I'm going to see if I can share a screen with you. Because, see, when you're at that level, we do loans for Gold Capital. Now, Gold Capital has loans that are credit-driven and revenue-driven. But it's all credit and revenue that's accounting. Like, I don't try to tell clients, well, I can get you this, that, and the other. Just sign. Now, when I didn't know any better and I was green, I wrote my mouth wrote some checks that I couldn't cash. My ass couldn't cash it. I opened my mouth too fast, too quick. I didn't understand the market. So here's what I'm gonna say to you from my experience. There isn't a deal that can't be done. It's whether it's worth the time and energy of doing, because it's accounting. See, the underwriters, when they deny a loan, it ain't that the loan is undoable. It's just you didn't give them enough information on the accounting. Now, some folks will pay for that information. Let's deal with the market that says, okay, if you charge 30 grand to do a process, the check is in the mail. You know what those type of clients are? Those are the clients that are racing to that 250M. Because half of the stuff that we're talking about that you need to get this done, between the Bloomberg, LexisNexis, and EDI, you done lost half the market if they're not looking at this the right way. They don't see the need to spend 5 to 10 grand to make 100 grand a month. They don't see it. That makes no sense to them. But to some, that makes a lot of sense. Especially when you say, well, all you really got to do is do 1%. We ain't going to have but a 1% liability across the board. If this deal is going to cost $250 million, there's only going to be 1% risk. Now, who's going to take that 1% risk? Because if we can get this one company to take that 1% risk, the other 99 we get to utilize. That's a proprietary process, though. But that's the gist. I'm going to see if I can share this math with you. Let's see. Share the screen. So, all right. I'm going to open this up. I hate Windows, and I hate is such a strong word, but I really dislike using Windows. And this is why. Oh man, it's taking me forever just to open up my screen. Alright. Now, let's see. Should I show you this? Yeah, let's show you this, because this will help me do what I'm about to do. All right. Here goes nothing. If everybody, those of you that are actually inside of our petition where you can see my screen, I'm about to share the screen, so let me know if you can see it. So we're going to hit the shared screen, and it's going to let me share the screen. Okay. Can you see my screen? You can see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Non-UCCs, then we got UCCs. Here's where I want you to pay attention. There's a versus going on here. In accounting, you're under the non-UCC role, which was done in 1787, dealing with the Constitution of the United States of America, and it deals with universal hard assets, what they call labor money, and it's dealing with the monetary corporation. See, way before they created the income tax, they were already on their way to dealing with a labor tax exemption model. So it's that old model versus the UCC model that was introduced under 1913 under the all capital letter United States. Well, when you see the all capital letter United States, it's the universal commercial construction contract that gives them the ability to deal with paper money, or they created the paper money proponent. It's the monetary corporation. So you got so notaries, pay attention. Notaries, you're under the Republic, so you're dealing with the 1787. Everybody else that's in banking is dealing with the 1913. So don't get lost. There are two forms of commercial construction going on, dealing with the contract and the money and paper for debt and credit. They're set up under two construction bonds. One is a contractor's performance bond and a labor payment bond. That's all under the Republic. You are the owner of UCC Construction Contract Trust. You're dealing in that whole house of paper. So on one side, side one, you got what they call debt money, which is what? Federal Reserve notes. They're created by the contractor. And it's basically, that's the shadow government. That's the shadow paper. That's the promises to pay. That's the credits when they're demanded. That's on side A. That's the public side. Side B. Well, side B, y'all already know. If side A is the public, then what's side number 2? All right, okay. So notice they're color coded. So the red, public, blue, private. Okay. Now side 2 is the credit money. It's in the form of bills of credit. This is how you're able to utilize that Bloomberg screen and LexisNexis. See, that particular paper releases the credit when you, as the owner, acknowledge and endorse them. That's why you got to perform as a non-banking bank. You got to be doing private banking. See, the public's got to be told they're a bank. The private know they're banking. Get it? The public has to be told they are banking. The private is doing banking. Here's how it all becomes adhesive. The inner structure is produced by two production bonds. They're set up by the contractor. A contractor performance bond and a laborer's payment bond. So when you're interacting with this IRS system, you're creating performance bonds and payment bonds. Let me give you a clue. The OID that you do and send into the IRS, we're going to call that the performance bond. When you take the OID and run it on Bloomberg, that's the payment bond. Say this slowly. When you do the OID and send it into the IRS, that's the performance bond. When you take that OID and onboard it into Bloomberg, that's the payment bond. Now I'm going to stop because I may have some questions.
But so my question is, since we are, okay, so I have my notary hat on.
Mm-hmm.
Is it necessary, I guess, to do both sides?
Yes. Three-way reconciliation requires that you do. So that's that. Now that also sets you up for additional opportunities because you're letting everyone know whether they do it or not, it's going to be done by someone, right? So it's best that you play a hand in what's being done.
So you can benefit.
Right. Right. Does anyone need a copy of this document?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay.
So let me ask you this while we're talking.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, what's going on in the background that makes this work?
Accounting.
So are they
Accounting.
taking things to trade?
Right.
These bonds?
Right. Remember, we live in a fiat system where all of the bonds, even your birth certificate, has been sold around the planet. Debt derivatives. That's what's happening.
Okay, so now in that, our job is to keep up with what's going on via accounting.
Right. That's where all the opportunity comes. See, the private.
By being a civil law notary,
You're the commercial.
what I say.
Right. You're the commercial registry. Right. And you can interact with any of the central banking systems that's dealing with UCCs and international UCCs. That's why if you run into a notary that's not in the States, that's in Europe, if you team up with him or her, man, that's a whole other conversation. Like, I'm going to give you, this is for notary conversation. Any debt that you want to do away with, if it's handed to you and you package it as a bill of exchange, you can hand it to a notary across seas who can turn it into a security and bring it back. Did I say that out loud?
I didn't hear that.
Okay. The public is mimicking the private. So that was a private exchange, See, in the public, they got stockbrokers and, traders and stuff like that.
Okay, so now in this space,
Mm-hmm.
so let's say that I got to study up on this,
Mm-hmm.
but in the interim, in the meantime, because so I guess what I'm saying is, like, for instance, for me, I don't have the I have some of those accounts, but I didn't get the Wall Street Journal yet,
Mm-hmm.
and I have the DuPont registry and the I think it's a REIT.
You got an NA REIT magazine?
Yeah.
Okay.
REIT. Okay.
Good.
And so I'm looking to get the other ones that you were speaking of.
Mm-hmm.
But and then but you told us to do that a while ago, and I'm just not in
Mm-hmm.
the accelerated class.
Mm-hmm.
But I still listen to what you're saying.
Right.
So in that, I haven't had a chance to create that niche that you're speaking of.
Mm-hmm.
But if I need some money Friday,
Mm-hmm.
am I able to use what we already have working on?
You can definitely do so. Remember what I told you about the timeline. So anything that's bankable and marketable has to be put in a position where we can, onboard it and work it. Because see, I got trustees and notaries now that in the accelerated courses, they are at the helm of the Bloomberg, booking, tagging, and assigning what we're talking about. But it's a certain type of security. It's got to have all of the credentials, this, that, and so forth. The whole package got to be done because the investors opposite that, they want to see prospectuses. They're going to want to know. Remember what I told you about the prospectus. What's the most important part of the prospectus? What did I tell you? What is the most important? When you look at audited financials or any type of prospectuses, what is the most important part of that whole document?
The EBITDA?
Did somebody say it? Say it again. What was it? Footnotes. Right.
Oh, okay.
Because the footnotes is going, that's to separate the men from the boys, the girls from the women. The footnotes is
the accounting,
it's telling you that when you look at this particular number, this is what it means. When you look at that number, that's what this means. Oh, and we did this particular number, we didn't add or we negated, or what the public like to say, we ignored. Accountants love to ignore stuff. Right. See, this is what happens when we don't read. We'll get the perspective. See, we get excited. People in the public get excited about colors, and they get excited about stuff. So you start putting colors on, they get real excited about colors. So you're able to look at a prospectus and see whether it's undervalued and take advantage of that. That's what Warren Buffett sits there, and when he knows you ain't read what you got, you ain't doing no accounting, you got the company valued at $2 billion, and it's really worth 20. And he'll say, I want it. They don't go write a check. They do accounting, and they go get it. They acquire it. They exchange it. You have to look at Berkshire Hathaway and really, like when you get an IBD or a Wall Street Journal, look at how much an A share of Berkshire Hathaway is going for. I think I might can show it to you, but it's really interesting. Like, okay, think in your head, what is the most expensive stock you can probably buy one share for? Just off the top of your head. On the Dow Industrial, the Dow, what do you think is one of the most expensive stocks you can buy per share? Get that number in your head. Like, how much Facebook is going for a share? Anybody have an idea?
800 or something.
Okay. I'm a human. All right, now I'm about to stop sharing my screen because it's gonna act loopy. So I'm gonna stop sharing the screen.
I just looked up Berkshire Hathaway.
Right. Tell the rest of the class what Berkshire Hathaway A shares are going for.
352,039.
That's one share. Right.
You said 3,000?
$352,039. 352,039.
That's one share.
And they beat out by far, the number 2 spot is only 88,000.
Right.
They beat out by far anybody.
So you got to understand, this whole game of crypto ain't new. Berkshire Hathaway been doing that. Like, they were doing that in the 70s and 80s, quietly, privately, with notaries. So when he looks at a company and he knows that his fellow constituents aren't doing the math, he just do the math. And he can use his stock to acquire whatever he wants. That's why Berkshire Hathaway is in what? Insurance and real estate. You seen those commercial real estate projects that have Berkshire Hathaway's billboard on the side of the highway? Right.
So, Bizzle, when you say, okay, so the CEO uses the stock for his business dealings, purchases of other businesses, commodities, property.
Commodity money, that's what it's called. Go ahead.
He has to do these deals with specific, I guess I'm trying to find the parallel for us. You have to find the specific, I guess, people who are doing that in the market.
Well, what you got to do is money sells itself. So because they have an exorbitant amount of money, it's about risk. Remember, Berkshire Hathaway is an insurance company. So They make their money not off the deal, but the insurance around the deal. Because this is what they'll do. They'll say, okay, this building costs $1 billion. Looked at your financials, and you seem to be short. No worries. Since this building is worth easily 5, and it needs to be insured, we'll discount the value where you can't afford it, and we'll make up the difference on the insurance. But we want to be first lien holder. So they sell the building, get the insurance package, so they make a whole nother commission. Now they got a corporate owned policy that funds their next real estate deal. That's barterability. That's how they do it on that level. And you'll read that when you're studying that in our REIT magazine. You'll see how those REITs move in and out of deals like water, fluently. It's through accounting. Because see, with REITs, a REIT can have $200 million in real estate, but only have to pay taxes on their most expensive parcel. That's why in the public they had to offer the 1031 exchanges. They had to give the public investor a 1031 exchange because the rule is you only supposed to pay taxes on your most expensive parcel. Now, did I say that out loud? You can have property all over the world. You're only responsible for your most expensive parcel. Now, there's some wisdom in what I'm about to say on that. If it's Empress, Victoria, and Chantel, and all of y'all equally have a third ownership in the property, who's the owner? Right. So they all get the benefit and get no liability because there is no owner.
Gotcha. Okay, so can we take that from macro level, what you're saying, to micro, little girl from the country, little girl from the South? I'm trying to wrap my mind around the day-to-day, making that work, I guess, in business.
Okay. Let me show you. Now, I'm going to use real numbers. I'm going to use the commissions that you make with Go Capital to illustrate this, because this is where you're going to get the math from.
Okay, illustrations.
All right. So let me open up my Word doc thingy. Let's go back in.
What do you mean by the interest you make with Go Capital?
See, when you do deals with Go Capital, as a notary, like here's what I've been talking about for the last few days with the postings. I'm allowing notaries to do transactions. Go Capital CEO's got a ton of fiat that he the only way he's gonna make some money is he lend it, because sitting in his account is evaporating. So he needs paper. Now, most of the loan officers that work for Go Capital, they are just that. They're loan officers. They're doing a whole bunch of other stuff. My contract's a little different, as you can tell. And so with him, as long as he has a way to get out of the loan and into paper and bankability, he will work the loan. So there's an opportunity that I'm offering for notaries where I split the commission by bringing, here's how it's going to work. You orchestrate the real estate or loan deal however you need with your ability as a notary. At the end of the day, here's how it's going to work. The notary, 9 times out of 10, if he or she is on top of their accounting, can dictate what goes into underwriting, what's going to come out, and what's going to be yielded. But each loan becomes an asset under management. Now, the revenue potential is going to look sort of like what I'm trying to bring up. Give me a second while this page loads up, because I wanted you to see the barterability. Okay, I don't want to open a file. I kind of want to, I need a new page. I need a blank document. Yeah, we're going to open a new blank. There we go. All right. Now we're going to try, I'm going to try to share the screen. And hopefully it'll share it. Document. Boom. Okay. All right. So you should be able to see my screen now. You guys can see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So we're going to say, for laughs and giggles, we're going to do a $150,000 loan. And what is the commission on a $150,000 loan? Let me do some quick math here. Let me get my calculator. Okay. On 150, we're gonna do
This is for like a real estate deal.
Yeah. We're gonna be like we're gonna say it's a regular old mortgage, $150,000 loan. Okay, 150K. All right. Oh yeah. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Then we get okay. All right. So they got a commission that they will call a direct commission, which is going to be 0.02. All right, and that's roughly $3,000. That's what you'll make, $3,000. All right. Then they got what they call an affiliate commission that goes on top of that, where it's going to be, this is the rate on how you figure that other commission, because you get two commissions when you do real estate, commercial, and residential. That is times 0.25. So at 0.25, you're at 37,500. So your total commission for that is going to be right at, we'll say $40,000. 40.5. We'll say grand total will be 40. All right. Now, let's say, all right, you do, all right, now this is one loan. That's the total commission that you make. All right. Now, because you're managing this profile, this portfolio, also, this is what you make in commission. And we're going to say, because we'll split it, we'll put that in half. So we'll say $20,000 you'll make off that. All right. Now, we're going to say, in our ability to negotiate and deal, we can probably do 10 of these in 30 days. All right. So, just for laughs and giggles, you got the math in front of you. Somebody take their calculator and multiply 40.5 times 10. All right. Now, whether you can get them in all 30 days or get them into a cycle, how it will work if we can get those deals or applications in, because remember what an application consists of. An application is an application, a registration, a certification. So I know as an accounting that's a trust that's being put together. And that's how I'm treating it. So don't lose sight of what's happening versus what everybody think is happening. When you do a 1003, that's an application that's actually forming a trust. All right? Now, 150,000 times 10 is how much? What's 150K times 10? Okay. All right. So, in the aspect of commission, that's a potential that can work itself into all the accounting that we've been talking about all the way up until this point. But the real score is the assets under management. Because those assets under management, if you did simply this amount, listen to me real carefully. If you did 10 $150,000 loans, whether it's commercial real estate, whatever they got to offer with Gold Capital, you did it and you got to that number of assets, because every loan that you're writing as a notary, you get to manage those assets because of the client. Listen to how this works. The client typically isn't just going to get a loan from you and go off into the sunset. If you help them out with a loan, they're going to need you to what? Help them manage it and stay CECL compliant. Follow me? All right. Now, if you got $1 million AUM, Gold Capital, TSI, and a few good notaries that I know will all vouch that you are an accredited investor and you deserve a seat at the table. Now, when you got a seat at the table, leveraging and all that other stuff is very easy because you got sustainable, substantiated financials and tangibles that are bankable and marketable. Now, I'm only giving this type of example to you to show you, like she just said, she wanted to be from a country girl perspective, how to make this work. You can kind of take different aspects of what you're working. Now, I want you to take what I just showed you and apply it across the board. I use real estate and Gold Capital just to kind of show you what most of the notaries are doing because they're already doing the accounting. When someone comes along and they're trying to acquire a mortgage and they already are doing that level of accounting and doing leverage buyouts, you know, we ain't even talked about mortgage-backed securities and all that other stuff, but that just makes the math do some more things. I'm trying to demonstrate it's about assets under management. And as a fiduciary, you're able to take everything that you touch from a contractual standpoint and become that manager of those AUMs. In this game, in this space, it's about AUM. It ain't about credit. That's what you're offering to these entrepreneurs that don't understand AUM. Remember I told you the private sector makes money by what? Giving it away. And see, when you're doing these loans and then doing different things in the system, it's the equivalent of giving away. Because the next step is, Bazell, what do I do with all these assets? Well, you put them under a foundation and you start doing donations. You start setting up foundations. You start putting programs together where, you know, if you bring this, that, and the other in the form of collateral, then you will give them a loan. based upon the collateral they bring, because you're exchanging paper at that point. Remember the graph that I showed you about? One side is the performance bond, the other side is the payment bond.
And so, with the example you just gave, we have a couple of different revenue streams. We have the commission,
Right.
we have the AUM
Right.
fees.
Right.
Then we have, I guess, similar to what you were talking about earlier with the insurance.
Correct.
That we could,
Mhm.
I guess, write
Right.
policies as
Right.
well.
Right. There you go.
And you're saying the AUM takes us, I guess, that's the credit on the private side.
That you can use publicly. Right. Because now you just need. Right. So now you can take your portfolio and say, well, look, I'm managing this portfolio. This is what I need in order for it to stay in compliance. And so remember, it's literally, it's about shifting liability. It's about taking calculated risk. The aim is to gain tangible. So you ultimately want to deal with a portfolio holder that has some tangibles tucked away, like some gold and silver that he's either willing to leverage, part, or just straight up barter with. Listen to this. Every bit of gold and silver that's been brought and mined is still in existence. It's just being passed along. You know, every computer and cell phone that they put gold and silver in, they're recycling it. It's being reused, you know, in the space shuttle and all these other things that they're sending up into space and all this other stuff. That's made out of gold and silver. There's a markability for that stuff. And so they're purposely manipulating the market price, but they're putting dibs on the next asteroid that's going to pass Earth and this, that, and so forth.
So, Bazell, the people that are in this profession doing this in the public, what are their job titles? Just asset managers?
Look up hedge fund managers. Like you look at if you can research what a hedge fund manager does, then that gives you like the prerequisite. Just like as a notary, everything that a Secretary of State does, you're a Deputy Secretary of State. So everything a hedge fund manager does, that's what you do. Or that's what you can do. Or you can take a combination of that and look for niches. Look at what's missing. Maybe I want to do something totally new in that space.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Any other questions?
I feel like I need to have more, but this is good.
You sure?
This is, I guess my thing is I'm still, okay, so I'm still kind of weary because this looks great. So how do I, because now what you're telling me is, okay, I need to go and find some people that need loans.
Everybody, remember, you ain't gotta do a whole lot of soliciting. Money will sell itself. I don't want to be graphic, but it will. You put it on the street, it'll sell itself. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, well let's walk through a deal. Can we do that?
Okay.
Let's just walk. Okay, so I'm the needy. I need a loan. And Victoria's going to be the seller, and you're going to be the back end.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So Victoria, sell me a loan. I need some money.
Right. So first thing was Victoria's going to ask you. She's going to whip out the application because she's got to get your data. Now, that information on that application is determining what is most feasible in your situation. So the applicant status, you know, again, the best loans. Let me give you the two-way street. In the world or in the private sector, here's what we all know. The worse your credit is, the more money they can charge you. But in that game, it's not about, this is what they all know. You probably going to default on this loan. So I need to get with the rest of my buddies on how fast we can move this secondary paper. How much are we gonna let her play the whole foreclosure game, or the minute she missed the first payment, we finna do something? They gonna have a come to Jesus meeting among the group, like how to, because it's these things are happening as we speak. Like the economy, as good as Wall Street try to promote, who economy are they talking about? Because even the landlords aren't paying their bills on time. Right. But somebody, you got to understand, somebody is winning on the other side of it. Now, let me tell you who the ones that are winning. The ones that are on the Bloomberg terminals, leveraging all this paper is the one that's winning. Because they're seeing cheap real estate. Like a $2 billion property going for $200 million. That's a great buy. Happy days are here again. They have no intention on going back into the market, but all their gold and silver is staying out the market. Because
I guess the answer for Empress's question is really back to those classifieds,
right,
that we talked about in like the IBS journal.
Right, the IBD, right. You go find, right, because you're going to find investors that want securities a certain type way because they need it to close out a transaction. They might got crowdfunding that's there. There's a lot of things. So you deal with the market makers. Now, once you get in your first rotation, you actually become a market maker. So you decide on what type of market do I want to create. Do I have a list of potential applicants? Like, we'll go back to the whole pie in the sky real estate. I want to do Section 8, get guaranteed funding. All right, that's a great model. So if you got a whole bunch of people that can't afford property that can qualify for a government program, then all you're doing is building your paper and bringing in the next participant that's on the waiting list to qualify, get a voucher. What is a voucher? It's a security. Literally, the Section 8 vouchers are HUD securities. That's all they are. Like, you can take that model and say, well, how can I make it better? Because you can make Section 8 way better than what it is because you got substance. Why do you think the government is giving away the vouchers? Because they make money by giving it away.
Wow.
You got gold and silver in your portfolio. You can piggyback off of you can pick a program that you're really comfortable with and piggyback off of with your gold and silver and make it really good.
Okay, but so who are the people who you would say are asking for these, I guess, mortgages written by notary written mortgages?
Okay.
What scenarios are those?
All of them want it. They just don't know they want it. Let me explain it. They don't understand accounting on this level. So it's a presentation. It's literally like I'm going to use the old school approach. Okay. I was told a long time ago, that they say if you can't beat them, join them. So anything that I wanted to utilize, I had to first believe in the product. So I didn't go to Go Capital looking to be a loan officer. I went to Go Capital looking for vetted loan officers because that's what I needed in our trust space. Well, when I went to Go Capital, they offered me an opportunity because everybody who I talked to left Go Capital and started working for me, which is I didn't want that. I wanted them to stay where they were. It's like you're offering way. Look, I only make, that's what. But I understand that. So I say take that approach. Your knowledge base in your space, you can get into, because see, there are accounting firms like Deloitte & Touche, and I've said them, a couple of times. Deloitte & Touche right now is one of my main clients that is trying to get me for me to tell them who they can send their clients to. So you can go to any accounting firm like Deloitte & Touche. Even I'll refer you to a couple of Deloitte & Touche clients because that'll get them out of my hair. They got clients with money that's in trouble that want to utilize what we're talking about. So there are firms. So I would solicit to those type of companies, and then I would look at niches like any towns and areas that are outside of the Atlanta area. Like between Augusta and Atlanta, there's a lot of space between Augusta and Atlanta where you can actually capitalize on these small lending companies that need someone that's got some trusteeship under their belt. Look, they got the whole community. They got industry. They got all of the things. They just don't have someone that has a different model. They got the same old song. Like, you know, I'll give you an example. The hometown where I'm from, there was a guy, we're going to call him Jimmy. Jimmy used to do loans, and Jimmy's vetting system was if you knew Sister Johnson that sat at the front row at our church. If you knew Sister Johnson said you was good for it, Jimmy would lend you $3,000 to $5,000 on Miss Johnson's word. His filing system was literally a filing cabinet. He did not have a computer. He had a filing cabinet. Now, in that small little town, as long as Miss Johnson gave you the thumbs up, Jimmy did loans all over town. All in other counties. Jimmy was in one county doing loans 3 counties over because of Miss Johnson and their church membership. Now, what I didn't know when I was dealing with Jimmy, and I didn't know half the stuff we're talking about, you could never pay Jimmy off, though. That was my problem with him. As I, you're like, what do you mean? Why you want? I didn't know all the stuff I knew then. I was like everybody else. I got tricked into doing bankruptcy and everything else. I could never pay Jimmy off. When I would pay Jimmy my last payment, guess what Jimmy would do? He said, well, you know what? I'll automatically renew the loan for you because I know you need the money. And he would give it back to me.
I'm sorry.
Don't laugh. I didn't know no better. I had to get mad at him. Like, man, what is wrong with this man? Like, I'll be so glad. But see, little did I know. But that's like, there's a lot of small town politics that you guys can capitalize on because there's still a lot of things like that going on. I'll give you a town and a community. It's a college town, not far from my hometown. If you go to Bullock County, Statesboro, Georgia Southern, oh yeah, you can clean up there. You can clean up. Like, you could set up a online lending company that do loans online. Keyword though, but you kind of maybe want to get you some notary, someone who kind of can be your eyes and ears there to be, but you can do these loans all day.
Oh, okay. So this is I in the midst of all of this that's going on, and you say the change that you want to see.
Mm-hmm.
I personally don't want to be a Jimmy and be like, I went on and
right. Right.
I'm trying to help my people get out of debt and start being. So in my mind, my business construct was, okay, I need this, I need that. Okay, well, you need to go study this, you need to take this, or ship them over. Hey, I got some people that need some trustee training,
right?
And here's Mr. Bizel's, email, radio number, whatever,
right?
And this got a business hours. Because in my mind, the more of us that come out, the quicker we can get rid of this BS system and delete the debt,
right?
And live in credit, live in heaven,
right? Right. That's the whole point. But remember, both heaven and hell, you can't have one without the other. It's a symbiotic relationship. Unfortunately and fortunately, for every person that's willing to learn and go in one direction, there's some folks that are content on fighting the good fight. They just content. And there's nothing wrong with it. Like, they're entrepreneurs if they manage. I say it like this. They got great business management skills. They just lack accounting. There's a lack of accounting, and it's by design. It's by design. So there's a niche. There's plenty of space, plenty of room for that. There were over 280 lending institutions in the state of Georgia that all lost their license pre-COVID. And the communities need them. They need somebody that's got some sense, if that makes sense. Like, I could probably lay out for you guys that are in that Georgia area and you already done gone through the training. I can probably put you in about 3 to 4 counties where, you'll be doing these numbers in your sleep because of the need, because it comes real quick from that side. They're going to put up equity, capital, property, all that stuff because they need that. It's just, here's what's happening. Those smaller markets that was once colorblind, they ain't colorblind no more. They only going to lend to their kind. Safer now. Racial tensions are so high, it's like, I don't think I can lend. See, when I was dealing with Jimmy, Jimmy lent black, white, brown, Mexican, Hispanic, atheist, Christian. If Sister Johnson said you was good, it was a wrap. Now where I'm from, I hear people saying, well, they showed Miss Jimmy. Where is Jimmy? They're looking for him right now, man, because it's like, it's rough. Jimmy had a different niche. He knew he had enough loans where he could do sister such and such a favor. Like, Jimmy was one of those folks that actually used his lending business to get into other businesses. So, like, I'm going to give you a story that I know verbatim because it was dealt with one of my family members. Jimmy actually did a loan for a family member, and they actually had a credit account. Listen to this. A credit account with the local grocery store. Now, again, they had welfare and food stamps and all that other stuff going on back then, but if you were good with Jimmy and you could at least give him, like, let's say, for instance, I know for a fact, and this is one of the ladies I actually sold insurance to. This woman had, back then in the 80s, probably, we're going to say about $1,500 in bills, which was a lot of money back then. All she had to pay Jimmy was $150 a month. And Jimmy took care of all of that because he leveraged stuff all over town. Now, because this woman had other resources, like, she had sons that did barbering, and he did a lot of bartering. So she could literally run her household, not be put out on the street, keep everything going. It cost her $1,500 a month. Jimmy would take care of that as long as he brought her $100-something a month, because of all the other resources that Jimmy was taking advantage of with her sons and this, that, and so forth in the community. Now, this was a white man, quote unquote, that was dealing with this real close friend of mine who wasn't white. Now, of course, the whole white community around that town didn't know that because it was business. To keep her sons from going to prison, she said, you're doing all this haircutting and doing this, that, and the other. Why don't you do it for real? So Jimmy allowed the son to open up his barbershop. Guess who did the lease? There you go. So took a loss, but look what he gained. There's a lot of niches like that when you got the right information and people that are willing, in certain situations. Right now, it's a lot of opportunities like that. There's a great divide. See, that's why it's like the people's economy is what's going away. The private sector's economy is doing great. They're not missing a beat. They're not hurting or they're not struggling. It's the people that need, I'm going to say it this way, it's the people in the public that need the private resources. That's who's hurting. And there's a lot of synergy you can create, with that. See, now these are towns and areas where, I'm going to say it, they have to go 30 miles just to see a place that will sell them gold and silver, or we will buy, we give you cash for gold. They got to go 30 or 40 miles one way to see something like that. Watch this. Grandma still got silverware. There's a lot of areas like what I'm talking about. There are areas they're gold mines waiting to happen. That's all I can say. Because see literally what you're attempting to do is you're going into those markets with what you're learning and selling money to get, almost like Jimmy, getting into a situation where, okay, they don't know that you are the finance company that's financing all these construction companies all around town because you got it set up in a trust.
So they think I'm just a loan officer.
Right. You come in with the ingenuity and you put it together and you be the change you want to see. And they'll support it because it's needed. There's a purposeful segregation of what's happening because the ones that got it are taking care of their own.
Okay, so let's walk again. Can we walk through a scenario of what? And I mean, I know it's not verbatim, but I'm just saying, I don't know what that looks like to, you know what I'm saying? So, for instance, let's say I have a client that has a nonprofit, and they're like, okay, well, we have this going on. I really want to buy a property to, you know, help the children out, or help these children transitioning from foster care out of foster care into the system. So I would rather buy one property, for instance, and the property that I found is 20 units, but it costs $2 million. I'm a nonprofit. I don't have $2 million right now.
Right. As a nonprofit, though, it's not required that you have $2 million. It's just that the nonprofit will be using that facility for other purposes. So I'm gonna help you out in really how this works, because I deal with this a lot. One of the things I used to deal with in accounting with these other groups was whenever they brought up a nonprofit, you have to make the client understand that it's not your job to come up with the capital if you're not for profit. It's just you have to express the need for it. So if the need is put in writing, there are resources to get the property. Now that's going to kind of push what you're trying to do further down the road, because now if you ain't got to worry about how to get it, then you just got to articulate it. The due diligence is how is this nonprofit being managed, and do we have a demonstrated team? Like, okay, this sounds great. I got a guy that's ready to write the check. His question is, have you done this before? And if you have, do you got any references? Because, you know, they're making an investment based upon, you know, not a wing and a prayer, but experience. Who do we have in here that has done this before and made a profit? If so, then what was the profit margin? Because this particular investor, he's glued to his accounting. You know, his accounting and him are one. So he is in love with his rate of return, his ROI. And you know, so what do we have? So the hardest thing when it's brand new is having someone who's vetted, vouching for you. It's not even about the credit. Like, you got somebody that's gonna come in and do this, that, and the other. They just need some assurance. Keyword, insurance. They need some assurance that somebody who's vouching has some insurance. Preferably, I'll give it to you, since you want to see how the deal works. You need to have an E&O policy and someone who, just like on the transmittal bond, who can fill out that application and be worthy, resume-wise, credential-wise, that, you know, when he releases the check, he can wait 45 days, 60 days, 90 days, 180 days to see, you know, some return. He's comfortable with that, as long as those things are met, because all those things that you bring to him works into his portfolio, especially if the assurance is insurance. If you bring insurance into the conversation, that's an automatic ding, ding, ding. You know, you can do this all day. If you're brand new and you got insurance, your insurance is going to be kind of high because you're high risk, but he does get, you know, something for his trouble. Because see,
so you're saying they don't. So you're saying that they don't have to have the meaning the nonprofit individual or the one that manages the nonprofit, but you're saying that they need some type of bankability,
right?
Or some kind of
to attract these type of investors to move like what we're talking about, they are joined at the hip with their accounting. So you're going to have to give them something that they can add on their book. Now, the great thing about a foundation or a nonprofit is they can offer them tax incentives because they will take tax credits. You know, hey, you know, they got it. They're not going to make money because it's a not for profit, but I can get a whole bunch of tax credits that if I leverage them just right, they'll work just as good. But that's what I mean by you got to really dig into your repertoire of resources, because most nonprofits